The fortress no longer smelled of blood. It smelled of rain. Heavy, cleansing, honest rain that slid down blackened stone and found its way through every crack like forgiveness, learning how to walk. I stood beneath the broken archway where the first had fallen, the wind tugging my cloak like a restless child. Behind me, the courtyard whispered with new footsteps. Workers, healers, wolves, all rebuilding what fire had almost devoured. Raven's banner, once torn by claws and flame, now hung again above the main gate. The golden thread of the wolf sigil caught each drop of light that dared to break through the clouds. For the first time in months, the color didn't look like warning. It looked like dawn. Ash and Ember padded beside me. Larger now, their fur thicker, their steps sure. They no longer whimpered at thunder. They no longer searched shadows for ghosts. They had lived through too much to be frightened by echoes. When they brushed against my knees, I felt the pulse of life that should have never survived, and realized again what a strange, fierce gift it is to still be breathing when the story should have ended. Raven approached from the western wall, his boots striking quiet rhythm against stone slick with rain. He wore no crown. The scar on his jaw, the one that traced a perfect crescent, caught the gray light like a half-healed promise. He had changed since the night the curse broke. Less king, more man. Less fire, more gravity. He stopped beside me, his hand brushing the back of mine, not claiming, just anchoring. "The storm finally broke," he said. "Storms always do," I answered, though my voice betrayed the fear that maybe some storms only learn to rest, not die. We looked over the courtyard together. Wolves moved like living shadows, carrying timber, raising beams. Children's laughter spilled from the barracks where healers had turned old war rooms into classrooms. The air trembled with life. Not peace yet, but something close enough that we didn't want to breathe too loud and scare it away. Raven's eyes followed the movement below. "Kyle says the council grows restless. The old laws itch when not obeyed. They were written by fear," I reminded him. "And fear doesn't like being unemployed." He gave a faint, humorless smile. "Then perhaps it's time to give fear new work." His words lingered, heavy with meaning. We both knew what that meant. The law of blood, the one that forbade any human from standing as Luna. The council tolerated my presence because they had no choice. But acceptance was not the same as belonging, and belonging was what every kingdom eventually demands. Raven turned toward the high wall where the mountains stood jagged against the horizon. "Tomorrow we go to Moonwell." The name alone made the wind still. The sacred pool, the mirror where truth was born and pretenders died. No crown, no speech, no council vote mattered there. Only what the old gods saw in the bones of the ones who dared to stand before them. My breath caught. "You want the Moonwell to decide us?" "I want the land itself to speak," he said. "If it accepts you, the council's words will turn to dust in their throats. And if it doesn't?" He looked at me then, slowly, steadily, with the quiet honesty of a man who has run out of lies. "Then I will follow you into exile," he said, "because I would rather be king of nothing with you than king of everything without." I couldn't speak, so the silence between us did it for me. That night the fortress slept uneasy. Rain kept tapping the roofs, whispering lullabies to wounds that hadn't learned to close. I sat by the hearth, patching one of Ember's torn blankets, and thought about the weight of what waited beyond dawn. Moonwell had judged kings, warriors, entire bloodlines. It could just as easily erase me, yet somewhere deep in my chest, under the old fear and the new ache, something small and stubborn whispered, "You have survived worse than truth." When I finally went to bed, Raven was already awake, sitting on the edge of the window ledge, bare-armed, eyes fixed on the forest. The moon traced his shoulders like it wanted to remind him he still belonged to it. He didn't turn when I approached. "Do you regret it?" he asked. "What?" "Choosing me. Choosing this world. It has given you nothing but bruises." I stepped closer, resting my hand on his back. The warmth beneath his skin pulsed steady as any heartbeat I'd ever trusted. "It gave me them," I said, nodding toward the pups curled near the hearth. "It gave me mornings that weren't empty. It gave me you." He exhaled, the sound part relief, part confession. I fear I've built a kingdom that doesn't know how to love what keeps it alive. Then we'll teach it, I said. Together. He turned then, finally, and there was a softness in his eyes that the crown could never command. Sleep, he said. Tomorrow the moon learns our names. Dawn came as a silver breath on the mountains. We rode out when mist still curled low across the pines. Kale led the vanguard, silent, loyal, a shadow that had forgotten how to doubt. The path to Moonwell wound through forest older than memory. The air smelled of pine sap and prophecy. Every step of the horses sounded like a heartbeat waiting for an answer. No one spoke. Words felt too human for the place we were going. At last the trees broke into a clearing. There it was, the pool that wasn't water, but memory itself. The surface shimmered like glass poured from moonlight. Raven dismounted first, his boots sinking into moss that had tasted the blood of countless kings. He offered me his hand, not as command but as vow. I took it. Together we stepped into the circle of ancient stones surrounding the water. The world quieted. Even the wind knelt. Raven's voice, when it came, was a whisper built of thunder. Moonwell of our ancestors, keeper of what endures, I bring before you the one who carried mercy into a house that had forgotten its name. He turned to me. Lyria of no house, no clan, no crest, speak. My throat felt raw, but when I opened my mouth, the words knew their path. I ask for nothing, I said softly. Only to be seen for what I chose, not what I was born. I healed what your laws left bleeding. I stayed when it would have been easier to run. I loved when love was forbidden. The water rippled once, then stilled. Light rose from beneath the surface, slow as breath, bright as memory reborn. Shapes flickered, images of my past. The night by the river, the wounded wolf in my arms. The tower where fear tried to silence me, the day I defied a king, and the moment he looked at me not as threat, but salvation. The vision swelled, wrapped me in silver warmth until I forgot to breathe. When it faded, the pool's reflection showed two figures, not one, wolf and woman, side by side. No longer separate, not conqueror and conquered, just whole. The air trembled. The circle stones glowed. Raven stepped forward, eyes shining with something between awe and surrender. The Moonwell spoke, not in sound, but in wind that turned words to instinct. Balance restored. Two halves remembered. The light burst upward, split the clouds, and fell back as rain, not cold but gentle. Each drop carried the faint shimmer of silver. It soaked the earth, the stones, our skin. It sealed the vow. When the glow finally dimmed, Raven reached for me, his hand shaking. Not from weakness, but from release. The law is broken, he whispered. You are Luna, whether they name you or not. I looked down at the water. My reflection didn't wear a crown. It wore peace, and that was enough. We walked back through the forest with the rain following like applause, too shy to be loud. The kingdom didn't know yet that its oldest rule had just dissolved like salt in water, but it would. At the edge of the woods, Raven stopped. The mountains blazed gold beneath the clearing sky. He looked at them, then at me. Everything begins again, he said, and for the first time in my life, I believed him. The road back from Moonwell was the kind of quiet that feels alive. Mist clung to the pines like old memory refusing to leave. The horses' hooves sank into damp earth, each step echoing as if the forest were listening. Raven rode ahead of me, his cloak trailing silver from the rain. No one spoke, not Kale, not the guards. We all carried something fragile that silence protected better than words. When the first shafts of sunlight pierced the canopy, I could finally see the mark the Moonwell had left on us. The water had dried from our skin, but faint silver lines shimmered along my forearm, thin as threads, pulsing softly, like veins that belonged to the moon. Raven had them too, tracing his hands, crawling up his neck to the scar on his jaw. They glowed only when our eyes met, as though the light recognized its twin. Kale noticed, of course. He slowed his horse until he was beside me. It accepted you, he said quietly. It accepted us, I corrected. He nodded once. Then the council will have no choice. His tone said choice or not, there will be battle before peace. We reached the ridge above the fortress just as the sun climbed clear of the clouds. From there, the rebuilt roofs glittered, wet and new. Smoke rose from forges. Banners fluttered weakly, half-mended. A living thing, scarred but breathing. Raven reined in his horse, scanning the valley. "Home," he murmured. The word sounded almost unfamiliar on his tongue, like something he was testing after years of exile. "Home," I echoed. But as we descended, the air shifted. The closer we came, the quieter the yard grew. Workers paused mid-hammer. Sentinels straightened. 100 eyes followed our slow approach. The wolves could smell what had changed before any of them understood it. Power, old and new, braided together. At the gate, Cale dismounted first. He struck his staff on the stones twice, a signal older than any of them, and shouted, "The Moonwell has spoken." A murmur rippled through the courtyard like a tide-meeting rock. No one dared cheer. Faith doesn't scream. It listens. Raven stepped forward. He did not climb the dais or raise his arms. He simply held out his hand toward me. When I placed mine in his, the silver threads under our skin brightened until they joined, a single pulse between two hearts. Gasps broke from the crowd. I heard one elder whisper, "Impossible." Another breathed, "I saw it." "I saw it." Raven's voice rolled low, calm, certain. "The land is judged. Its verdict is life." He turned his gaze toward the tower where the council often gathered behind shuttered windows. No decree forged by fear will stand above the Moonwell. No law will name mercy a crime. The old stone walls seemed to swallow his words, then release them again, louder, until every wolf in the yard heard. Something inside me loosened. The ache that had lived beneath my ribs for so long, the ache of not belonging, faded like mist under sunlight. When the crowd began to move, it wasn't with chaos. It was with awe. Wolves bowed not to obedience but to recognition. A healer who once refused my hand knelt and pressed her forehead to the wet stone. I wanted to tell her to stand, but Raven shook his head gently. "Let them choose how to remember this," he whispered. Later, when the hall had emptied, Cale brought word from the council. They demanded to see proof, to witness the Moonwells mark themselves. Raven agreed. "At dusk," he said. "Let them look and learn." We had a few hours before dusk. I wandered through the lower courtyards, watching the kingdom rediscover what calm felt like. Children ran after Ash and Ember, who endured the attention with theatrical sighs. The smell of fresh bread drifted from the kitchens. For the first time, laughter didn't sound like rebellion. Inside the apothecary, the shelves stood fuller than before. Dried herbs hung in soft clusters. Glass vials caught sunlight like trapped rain. The apprentices greeted me without fear. One of them, a girl with streaks of soot on her cheeks, offered me a jar of crushed thyme. "For strength," she said. "My mother said you'd need it." I smiled, accepting it with both hands. Strength, perhaps, or hope. They often come in the same jar. As dusk neared, Raven and I entered the council chamber together. The room smelled of ink, wax, and pride. 12 elders sat in a half-circle, cloaked in gray. Their eyes darted between us and the faint silver gleam under our skin. For a heartbeat, none spoke. Then Elder Marin, the oldest among them, rose on trembling legs. "The Moonwell cannot lie," she said slowly, "but men can misunderstand its language." Raven's jaw tightened, then hear it again through mine. It named her what she already is. "Luna?" one scoffed. "A human Luna?" Raven's gaze cut through him. "No, a living one," I stepped forward. "You fear what you don't understand. I feared you once too, and still. I chose to heal your wounded instead of letting them die." Elder Marin's eyes softened, just a fraction. "The mark is real. I feel the pull of it even here." Another voice hissed from the shadows. "It changes nothing. The law remains." "The law," Raven said evenly, "is older than this council, but not older than mercy. It served its time. Now it serves us by ending." He reached for the ceremonial blade kept at the table's center, a thin strip of black steel once used to sign decrees in blood. He set it flat upon the wood. "Let it be witness." Then, before anyone could move, he pressed the edge to his palm and drew a single line. Silver light bled instead of red. He turned his hand upward so all could see. The Moonwell changed even my blood. he said quietly. "It will not burn a bridge it built." He placed his hand in mine. The light from his wound jumped to my skin, sealing itself without scar. The council gasped. No one dared speak against what they had seen. Elder Marin bowed first. The others followed like stones yielding to the tide. "So be it," she said. "The curse is broken. The old law sleeps." When we left the chamber, the sky above the fortress burned with twilight, purple melting into gold. The first stars blinked awake, small and shy. The pack gathered in the courtyard again, sensing the shift before the heralds could even cry it aloud. Cale lifted his voice. "By decree of the Moonwell and the will of the king, Lyria is Luna." A cheer rose, hesitant at first, then swelling until it shook the gates. Wolves howled, not in challenge but in celebration. The sound traveled through the valley like thunder finding a melody. Raven turned to me, eyes reflecting the fires below. "You gave them something worth believing again," he said. "So did you." "No," he answered. "I only gave them a leader. You gave them a heart." Ash and Ember darted between our legs, barking up at the sky, their tails wagging as if they too knew history had just changed shape. I knelt to them, pressing my forehead to theirs. "You see?" I whispered. "Even the moon knows your names." That night the fortress didn't sleep. Music found its way into every hall, laughter-filled corners once used for mourning, and the smell of roasting meat mingled with wildflowers left on the tables. For the first time, I saw wolves dance, not graceful, not perfect, but free. Raven stood at the edge of it all, watching like a man seeing his people for the first time. When he finally turned to me, there was something quiet and infinite in his expression. "We rebuild tomorrow," he said. "But tonight we remember why we did," I smiled. "To live." "To live," he echoed. Above us, the moon hung full and bright, reflected in every goblet, every puddle, every eye. It didn't judge. It simply watched, and for the first time since the beginning, it looked content. The morning after the rain smelled of iron and rosemary. From the highest tower I could see smoke curling up from the valley. Not the dark smoke of battle, but the pale kind that comes from kitchens, from lives trying to remember normalcy. The fortress walls gleamed damp and new, but beneath that sheen was something older, unease, coiled quiet like a snake under warm stone. I walked the ramparts with Ash and Ember padding behind me. Their paws left prints that filled with rainwater, turning each step into a fleeting mirror. In those tiny reflections I caught fragments of myself. A healer, a Luna, a woman who still didn't quite know what peace was supposed to feel like. Kyle waited by the western gate, his armor unfastened, the weight of sleeplessness in his eyes. He'd been awake all night, I could tell. "Reports from the outer farms," he said. "Livestock missing, fences torn. No tracks we recognize. Wolves?" I asked. He shook his head. "Not ours." That answer sat between us like a stone dropped into still water. When Raven joined us, the air seemed to tighten. He had that look again, the one that said he already knew the storm's name. "Varos," he murmured. Cale frowned. "You think he'd send raiders this soon?" "I think men who fear change strike before it roots." He turned to me. "We'll go ourselves," I didn't argue. The kingdom might have been breathing again, but lungs learned slowly after years underwater. By dusk, we rode through the forest, torches bobbing behind us like a line of captured stars. The trees leaned close, whispering the same warning over and over in the rustle of their leaves. When we reached the farms, the damage looked surgical. Corrals sliced open, food stores emptied, not burned. Whoever came hadn't wanted destruction. They'd wanted to remind us we could still bleed. Raven crouched beside a print in the mud. Large, clawed, wrong. "Hybrids," he said quietly. "Half-shifted, trained." Kyle cursed. "Varos's pet experiments." I knelt beside the track. The edges still steamed faintly. They were here only hours ago. "Then we ride at dawn," Raven said. "If they test our borders, we answer." The next day, the forest held its breath as we followed the trail north. Birds didn't sing. Even wind forgot its path. When the first arrow hissed past Raven's shoulder and buried itself in a tree trunk, we knew we were right. Figures slipped between the trees, masked, half-formed, not quite wolf, not quite man. Eyes yellow as fever, Raven drew his blade. Kale loosed his spear. I grabbed a fistful of herbs from my pouch, crushed moonleaf and salt root, and flung them into the air. The powder burst into a haze that stung eyes and lungs. The first raider stumbled, choking, and Kale's blade found him. Another lunged toward me, claws flashing. Ash darted between us, teeth sinking deep into the creature's arm. Ember followed, a blur of gray and fury. It was over as quickly as it began. 2 fled into the trees. 3 lay broken in the mud. Raven stood over them, chest rising slow and hard. "Speak," he commanded. "Who sent you?" One of them laughed, a wet, broken sound. "The circle," he rasped. "You broke the law. Now it breaks you." Then he bit through his own tongue before Kale could stop him. The forest went silent again, heavier now, filled with the taste of ash and truth. "The circle," I whispered. The name echoed in my head like a door slamming shut. We brought the bodies back before sundown. The council gathered in the courtyard, faces pale as parchment. Raven dropped one of the attackers' masks at their feet, rough leather stitched with the symbol of an unbroken ring. "Tell me," he said, voice cold, "how many of you still whisper that name behind closed doors?" No one answered. Not with words, anyway. The silence said enough. That night we didn't celebrate. We counted torches instead, one for every life taken defending a peace still too young to walk. From my window I watched the flames bend in the wind. Each one looked like a throat caught between prayer and scream. Raven joined me, his shirt half undone, hands still stained with dirt and blood. "They'll call this proof," he said. "Proof that humans invite chaos. That mercy weakens us. And what will you call it?" He stared out across the valley where the torches flickered. "A warning. That peace without trust is only truce." I leaned against the stone beside him. "Then we build trust the same way we built walls, stone by stone." He glanced down at me, that rare hint of amusement ghosting across his mouth. "And if the stones refuse to fit, then we use our hands until they do." The next morning we held the first open gathering of wolves and humans in the courtyard. No ranks, no titles, just questions. The crowd was tense, uncertain, waiting for permission to believe this wasn't a trap. I stepped forward first, holding up one of the raiders' masks. "This," I said, "is what fear looks like when it gets tired of hiding. It wears symbols because it has no face of its own." The crowd murmured. A young mother near the front clutched her child closer. I continued, louder now. "Fear tells you I don't belong, that your king's mercy will destroy you. But mercy built this morning. Mercy fed your children. Mercy gave you a future to be afraid for." The silence that followed wasn't rejection. It was thinking. And then, slowly, one of the elders stepped forward. Not Marin, but a younger one, from the southern tribes. He removed his cloak and laid it at my feet. "For what it's worth," he said, "I choose mercy." Others followed, one by one, until the stones before me were buried in fabric. Gray, brown, black, a mountain of surrendered pride. When the last one stepped back, the courtyard exhaled. Raven's voice rose above them, deep and clear. "The circle wants us to remember the taste of hate. Let's give them the taste of unity instead." He drew his blade, lifted it high, and struck it once against the stone. Sparks burst upward, catching sunlight, scattering like stars. "Let this be our oath," he said. "We will not answer darkness with darker hands." Kale watched from the steps, his usual grin gone, replaced by something close to reverence. "Never thought I'd see the day wolves cheer a speech about mercy," he muttered. I smiled faintly. Neither did I. That night, the halls filled again, not with celebration, but with quiet strength. Wolves shared food with the humans who had begun settling near the outer gates. Children played together beneath the half-rebuilt archway. It wasn't peace yet, not truly, but it was the outline of it, the sketch before the paint. Later, when the fires burned low, I found Raven alone on the balcony, staring toward the mountains. "They'll come again," he said without turning. "I know. Varus will deny involvement, but the circle breathes his language. I know that too. He sighed, running a hand through his hair. Then why do you still look calm? Because, I said, stepping beside him, the last time they came for us, we survived. This time we'll live. He looked at me then, and the faintest smile cracked his exhaustion. The difference? Survival is just breathing. Living is teaching others how. He reached for my hand, the silver thread beneath his skin pulsing once in rhythm with mine. The moon rose above the valley, pale and whole, its light washing the walls in forgiveness. Below us, the torches burned steady, not defiant, not desperate. Simply alive, the kind of fire that doesn't need to shout to be eternal. The snow began its slow descent before sunrise, soft flakes swirling through the courtyard like the world had grown tired of sharp edges. The fires in the braziers burned low, their glow barely touching the frost creeping along the stones. I watched it from the balcony outside our chambers, a silent audience to a world caught between peace and promise. Behind me, Raven stirred. His voice came low, rough with sleep and worry. You're awake again, he murmured. I couldn't sleep, I admitted. The quiet feels too quiet. He joined me, cloak draped loosely over his shoulders. Peace always sounds like that when you've forgotten what it is. For a while we just stood there, listening to the snow fall. It didn't make a sound, yet somehow it filled the silence. By mid-morning, Kale arrived at the door, boots crusted white, expression grim. Visitors from the rift, he said. Varus leads them himself. Raven's eyes darkened. He doesn't travel without reason. Kale nodded. Exactly why I thought you'd want him greeted your way, not theirs. Within the hour, the gates opened, letting in a caravan of riders cloaked in furs black as Raven's wings. Their leader rode at the front, Elder Varus, pale and composed, snowflakes melting against the silver of his hair. He dismounted gracefully, as though the frozen earth were a stage prepared for him alone. Majesty, he greeted, bowing with exaggerated precision. Luna. I caught the flicker in his tone when he said the word, an accent of mockery dressed as respect. You've come a long way, Raven said evenly. What does the rift want this time? Another reminder that your council refuses to evolve? Varus smiled. That slow, patient smile of a man who collects secrets and spends them like gold. I came to offer congratulations. And condolences, perhaps, for the illusions you've mistaken for victory. The courtyard tensed. Kale's hand went to his sword, but Raven lifted a hand, stilling him. You speak as if you know something I don't. Only that the Moonwell's light fades quickly when stretched too thin, Varus replied. The mark may have blessed you, but it cursed your bloodline. Balance always demands payment. The words struck like cold water. The air itself seemed to flinch. I stepped forward. You lie. Varus tilted his head, feigning sympathy. Would you bet your children's lives on that? Ash and Ember growled low behind me. Raven's eyes flared gold. Enough, he said, voice slicing through the tension. You speak of payment, but I see only envy. You fear what you can't command. Varus's smile didn't falter. Fear, no, pity, you've built a kingdom on sentiment. And sentiment, Majesty, is a poor foundation. He reached into his cloak and drew out a scroll, sealed in black wax bearing the rift's sigil. An invitation, he said. To parley. To prove your peace is more than spectacle. Our council wishes to see the Luna's strength firsthand. Kale snorted. Your council wants a show. Then let them have one, Varus said smoothly. If she is truly what the Moonwell claims, let her stand before us. Let us see if mercy bends when pressed. Raven's jaw tightened. And if we refuse? Varus's smile turned knife-sharp. Refusal is confession. He handed the scroll to Kyle and turned, snow crunching beneath his boots. You have 3 days. The gate closed behind him with a finality that sounded too much like a promise. That night, the fortress didn't sleep. The council argued in circles, voices rising like wolves caught in their own echo. Some said to ignore the summons. Others warned that defiance would be seen as weakness. I sat apart, watching the fire gnaw through a log, The embers looked like stars drowning in their own light. Raven stood beside me, silent, weighing choices that all felt like traps. Finally, he said, "They'll never stop. Not until they see what they fear. Let them see." "You want to go," I said quietly. "I want them to understand what they call weakness is the only reason we survived. And you want me to stand beside you?" "Always." Kale leaned forward from the shadows. "You realize this is bait, right? They want you both in their hall, alone, surrounded." Raven nodded. "Then we'll go with eyes open." Kale grimaced, and blades sharper. 3 days later, the road to the rift cut through canyons that swallowed light. Wind howled through stone teeth. Every echo sounded like a voice warning us to turn back. The further we rode, the less the world felt alive. Snow lay too still, trees too quiet, as though even nature obeyed Varus's command. When the fortress came into view, it rose like a wound carved into the mountainside. Black towers spearing the sky, banners of ash and crimson snapping in the wind. The rift had always prided itself on its purity. I saw now that purity looked a lot like rot. We entered the great hall to the sound of drums, slow, heavy, ritualistic. Dozens of eyes followed us as we crossed the marble floor. Wolves of the old blood, their expressions carved from stone. And at the far end, Varus waited, seated on a chair that wasn't quite a throne, but wanted to be. "Welcome," he said, spreading his arms, "to those who claim the Moonwell's blessing." Raven stopped before him. "Claim?" he repeated. "You speak as if you weren't there to see the sky itself bend." "Miracles are fragile," Varus replied. "And fragile things often shatter under scrutiny." He gestured toward the circle etched into the floor, a ring of silver runes that pulsed faintly. "Step inside. Let us see if the light still answers you." Raven looked at me. The weight in his gaze said, "Be ready for anything." I stepped forward first. The moment my boot crossed the line, the runes flared, but not silver. Red. The glow crawled up the walls like veins of fire. A hum filled the air, low and cruel. Varus rose slowly. "Ah," he said, voice soft with satisfaction. "Balance does demand payment." Raven lunged toward me, but the ring flared brighter, throwing him back. Pain tore through me. Not sharp, but deep, ancient, like something trying to rewrite my bones. The mark from the Moonwell burned against my skin, silver turning to white-hot light. Through the haze, I saw Varus watching, expression serene. "This is your truth, Luna," he said. "Your power consumes itself. The Moonwell never blesses what shouldn't exist." The floor cracked beneath me. I fell to one knee, gasping. The runes pulsed faster, feeding on my breath. Somewhere beyond the noise, I heard Raven roar my name, a sound that didn't belong to kings or men, only to beasts who refused to lose what's theirs. He struck the barrier with both hands. Light splintered. The ring faltered, just for a heartbeat, but enough. I forced air into my lungs and remembered the forest, the Moonwell, the moment it had chosen me. "Balance," it had whispered. "Not as punishment, but promise." I pressed my palm to the ground. "Then balance me now," I whispered. "Not with pain, with purpose." Silver erupted from my skin, pouring outward, devouring the red. The circle shuddered, then shattered. The force threw Varus back against the dais. The runes on the floor dimmed to ash. When I stood, the room was silent. My breath steamed in the cold air, and the mark on my arm glowed brighter than ever. "You wanted proof," I said softly. "Now you have it." Raven crossed the floor, his fury a barely leashed storm. He grabbed Varus by the collar, hauling him upright. "Remember this moment," he growled. "The day your lies broke against what you tried to destroy." Varus's eyes flickered with something new. Not defiance, but fear. "You've changed the rules," he whispered. "No," Raven said. "We just stopped playing your game." We left the rift before dawn. Behind us, the mountain fortress stood quiet, its fires dim, its proud banners torn by the wind. Kale met us halfway down the pass, relief etched deep in his face. "You're alive," he said. "That's a good start," Raven nodded. alive enough to end this for good. As we rode home, the first light touched the horizon, faint gold bleeding into gray. I watched it rise, feeling the ache in my bones ease. Veros had tried to turn faith into weapon, but faith, once tested, only grows teeth of its own. When the fortress came into view, I saw smoke rising, not dark, not fire. Breakfast fires, life continuing. The world didn't pause for our battles. It simply waited for us to learn how to live inside them. Raven reached over, his gloved hand brushing mine as our horses rode side by side. "You broke his circle," he said. "No," I murmured. I reminded it that circles were meant to hold light, not cage it. He smiled, a real one this time, weary but honest. "Then let's build something that never needs to break again." And for the first time in a long, long while, I believed we could. The wind carried the scent of iron and snow the morning we returned. Frost glittered along the parapets like silver dust, and the valley below still smoked gently from the early fires of life beginning again. But even before the gates came into view, I felt it. The shift in the air, the way the wolves on patrol stiffened as we passed, the murmur that traveled ahead of us faster than sound itself. News spreads like wildfire, especially when it smells like victory. The courtyard was full when we rode in. Wolves, humans, healers, everyone waiting, anxious faces breaking into disbelief as they saw us alive. Kale dismounted first, his grin wild and ragged. "Still breathing," he announced. "In case anyone planned a funeral, you can cancel it." The laughter that followed was rough, nervous, but real. Raven swung down next, his boot striking stone with the weight of a king who had been tested and returned with fire still in his veins. I followed, legs trembling not from fear but from exhaustion. When I looked around, I saw eyes that held something new. Not pity, not doubt, but awe. Not because we had survived, because something inside them understood that we had come back changed. Raven raised a hand. The noise died. "The rift has spoken," he said, and for once it told the truth. He turned, gesturing toward me. "They tried to bind her light. The mountain itself broke before she did." A hush swept the crowd. Then a sound rose, slow at first, uncertain. A wolf began to howl, then another joined, and another, until the air was a storm of voices, ancient and proud, shaking the snow from the roofs. For the first time in living memory, wolves howled not for blood, but for hope. The old banners that hung over the walls fluttered as if bowing to it. Somewhere deep inside the fortress, the great bell tolled, 3 low resonant notes that had once been used only to mark war. Now it rang for something else entirely. Unity. When the noise faded, Kale approached, eyes shining. "The circle won't take this quietly," he said. "They'll see your return as defiance." Raven smiled without humor. "It is defiance," Kyle nodded. "Then I'll make sure it echoes." He turned away, already shouting orders to fortify the borders. Not for battle, for warning. A declaration written in watchfires across the ridges. "We see you. We are ready." I moved through the crowd, greeted by hands that trembled when they touched me. A mother pressed a small charm into my palm, a silver wolf's tooth bound with red thread. "For protection," she whispered. From old fears. I closed my fingers around it. It was warm from her skin, alive with belief. By evening, the fortress thrummed with motion. Messengers rode out to every settlement under our banner, carrying word of what had happened in the rift, and what it meant. The law of blood, the curse that had chained generations, was broken. The Moonwell's blessing had not faded. Its light had grown. That night, Raven and I stood on the western wall, watching the fires of the villages flicker in the distance. "They'll come for us," he said quietly. "Then let them find a kingdom, not a wound," I replied. He smiled faintly. "Do you ever tire of being stronger than the world expects you to be?" "Every day," I said. "But strength isn't something you keep. It's something you spend." He turned, eyes soft. "Then we'll spend it wisely." In the days that followed, the kingdom began to shift, not just in laws, but in soul. Where there had once been walls, bridges rose. The healer's hall opened its doors to both wolves and humans. The training yards echoed with laughter instead of growls. Old rituals were rewritten, new songs were sung. It was messy, imperfect, alive. Kale oversaw the patrols, his booming voice carrying through the courtyards. "No more hiding," he would say. "If you see a stranger, greet them before you fear them." Sometimes he grinned at me afterward, as if half surprised to hear those words come from his own mouth. I spent my days in the lower wards, teaching herbs and healing to anyone who wished to learn. Some of the wolves still watched me from a distance, wary of the human touch. But when their children came running to me with scraped knees and bright eyes, they didn't pull them away anymore. That was enough. One evening, as the sun sank behind the mountains, Kale arrived at the apothecary. His armor gleamed, freshly polished, which meant trouble. "The scouts found something," he said. My heart tightened. "Where?" "South of the ridge. Circle symbols carved into trees. Fresh. Raven met us in the war room. The map was spread across the table, its edges curling from age and heat. Kale placed a small carved token on it, a wooden ring, the same mark the raiders had worn. "They're moving in small packs," he said. "Too organized to be bandits." "They're waiting for a sign," Raven murmured. "Then we'll give them one," I said. Both men looked at me. I met their eyes steadily. They built their power on secrecy. "Let's strip that away. Announce it. The circle exists. Tell the people who they are, what they've done. Light is their enemy, so let's drown them in it." Kale's grin spread slow and dangerous. "You've been spending time with me too long, Luna." "Maybe," I said. "But you're not wrong. Within days, messengers carried our proclamation across the lands. The circle, once a whisper, a rumor traded in dark taverns, was named aloud. Every village posted its mark and crossed it through with silver paint. Every child was taught to recognize it and never fear it, and as their secret names turned to ash in the mouths of those who had used them, something inside the kingdom shifted again. For the first time, fear began to fear us. A week later, while the fortress slept beneath snow-heavy skies, a single wolf howled from the northern watchtower. The alarm. Kale was the first to reach the gate. By the time Raven and I arrived, flames already licked the far tree line. "The circle," Kale said, drawing his blade. "They're testing our strength." "Then we show them," Raven said. We rode out under the blood-red moon, the sound of hooves hammering the frozen earth. The enemy met us in the clearing, a dozen figures cloaked in black, their eyes glowing faint gold. They moved like shadows, too fast, too silent. Raven charged first, blade flashing in arcs of silver. Kale followed, laughter wild and bright, his spear finding its mark again and again. I rode at the edge of the fight, weaving through chaos, scattering moon dust and firewort, the mixture exploding in bursts of light that blinded our foes. Ash and Ember darted between them, fearless, their snarls echoing like the voices of gods long forgotten. When the last of the raiders fell, the clearing burned with pale fire. The snow hissed where blood met it. Raven turned to me, chest heaving. "They'll keep coming." I met his gaze. "Then we keep standing." We gathered what remained of the circle's symbols and burned them. The fire rose high, painting the trees in orange and gold. Above it, snow continued to fall, melting before it could touch the flames. It looked like the sky was crying and blessing us all at once. As we watched the smoke spiral upward, Kyle asked quietly, "Do you think they'll ever stop?" I thought about it. About fear, about history, about the long road between survival and peace. "No," I said. "But one day our children will stop needing to fight them." Raven reached for my hand, his grip steady and warm. "That's what the circle can't understand," he said. "We don't fight to win. We fight so others don't have to." The flames burned low, the light softening to embers. I looked around at the faces of those who had followed us this far, scarred, tired, unbroken. Circle breakers, every one of them, not by blood or by crown, but by choice. When we rode home at dawn, the sky turned gold over the peaks. The snow shimmered under the first light, and though we were bruised and bleeding, I realized something beautiful. For the first time since this war began, The world looked exactly the way it should. Snow softened the world into something almost gentle. It lay along the ramparts like a white shawl, and filled the courtyard's broken seams until stone looked whole again. Hammers still rang in the mornings, but their rhythm had changed. It no longer sounded like desperation patching a wound, but like a craftsman teaching a new house to breathe. I woke to that sound, and to the small weight of ash asleep against my ankles. Ember sprawled on his back by the hearth with his paws in the air like a prayer he hadn't learned the words for. The fire had slipped to a glow, steady as a heartbeat. For a moment I let myself pretend that this was all the story had ever been. Quiet, warm, ordinary. Raven returned from the walls with frost in his hair. He didn't look like a king when he crossed the threshold and shut the cold outside. He looked like a man who had learned what he was willing to lose and decided not to lose it. He set his gloves by the fire and the pups bolted upright as if the sun itself had entered the room. "Reports?" I asked, pulling his cloak from his shoulders and hanging it where the heat could find it. "Stillness," he said. "Almost a luxury." "Almost," I echoed, because all stillness in our world arrived with a question behind it. We ate in the soft light before dawn. Bread that steamed when broken, winter berries from the stores, tea sweetened with the last of the autumn honey. I watched him watch the window. He didn't pace anymore when he worried, didn't sharpen his blade for the comfort of the sound the steel made. He simply listened as if the fortress itself would speak to him if he were quiet enough. "Tell me what you hear," I said finally. He considered. "A kingdom learning to trust its own lungs. And the part you don't say aloud? That lungs can still forget," he admitted, mouth tilting. "But not today. We began with small mercies. They are the kind that change everything and look like nothing at all." At the southern gate, I pinned a notice in both the old script and the new. "The Healer's Hall is open to any who ask, wolf or human. No cost, no permission needed." I expected argument. I received baskets. A cooper left us a barrel of clean snowmelt. A shepherd's daughter brought a bundle of thyme wrapped in her only good scarf. A smith sent nails precisely wrought to hold shelves that had spent too long on their knees. Cale called them tributes. I called them answers. By noon, I was ankle-deep in apprentices. Wolves and humans, teenagers and children, hands inked from note-taking and mouths stained with tea. I taught them which root to boil and which to crush, which wounds feared fire and which forgave it, how to lay fingertips against a throat and count a life without counting it away. When a boy froze at the sight of his first serious cut, I placed his hand over mine until the panic learned our pulse and steadied. "You don't look away because it scares you," I told him. "You look closer until it can't." He nodded so fiercely it hurt to watch. At the training yards, Raven worked with sentries who had never taken orders from a man who looked like a winter storm and spoke like a quiet hour. He set spears in their hands and asked them to listen to their bones until stubbornness ran out of places to hide. When someone struck too fast, he slowed them with a palm against their shoulder. When someone struck too slow, he stepped into the blow and let them feel the difference between fear and timing. "Again," he would say. And the word did not mean failure. It meant faith. "Try again because you are capable of more than this moment proved." He did not spare himself from the rule. We met at the well at midday, breath showing in the cold as if our souls had decided to make an appearance. The pups chased their own shadows to exhaustion, then collapsed in identical heaps that made the entire kitchen staff forget their dignity and cow like grandmothers. Cale arrived with a scroll under his arm and dirt on his cheek he'd somehow mistaken for war paint. "Border fires lit and mirrored," he reported. "If the circle blinks in our direction, the hills will tell us." "And the villages?" Raven asked. "Answering," Cale said, and softened in a way that made even his armor look less sharp. "There's laughter in the markets, Raven. They're haggling like the old days." Raven exhaled as if someone had returned something he didn't know he had lost. "Good. The council sent for us in the afternoon. Not with trumpets or scrolls, only with Elder Marin's apprentice, who delivered a single sentence like a message from weather. Come when it suits you. We are ready to listen." We went. They waited in a circle, chairs pulled away from the long table as if furniture could forget its posture. Elder Marin looked older than she had yesterday, and somehow more dangerous for it. The lines at the corners of her mouth had deepened into parentheses around words she was ready to keep. "You don't need our permission to change what needs changing," she said without preface. "But you will need our memory." Raven inclined his head. "Then lend it." So we rewrote the oldest things. Not by tearing pages from ledgers or chiseling new laws in stone, but by speaking them aloud while witnesses listened and stones held their tongues. We called it the Winter Charter because it was born when the world pretended to sleep, and because every promise made in cold is one you intend to keep. We wrote that the smallest house mattered, that widows could bring their grief to the front gate and be answered with wood and bread, that no child would be punished for a father's oath, that the healer's stores would count time by hunger rather than titles. We wrote that the law of blood had outlived its usefulness, and was now only a story told to warn against fear dressed as tradition. We wrote, at my insistence and Raven's unhesitating agreement, that refugees from beyond our banners would be greeted first with water, not with questions, not with suspicion, with water. "But what of spies?" a younger elder asked, face flushed with the courage of worry. "What of those who come to measure our kindness and sell it back to us with knives?" "Water first," I said again. Then questions asked by people who remember what thirst can make a person do. Kale's grin was indecorous and bright. "I do enjoy our Luna's priorities." We left the council chamber lighter than we had entered, and heavier with responsibility. That is how leadership works when you mean it. On the way back through the galleries, a scholar stopped us with a sheaf of parchment pressed to his chest like a newborn. He had the look of someone whose bones had grown inside libraries. "I found an old hymn," he said without breathing, as if the words might vanish if they touched the cold. "From before the first took her anger and carved it into law. It speaks of Balance's song, not debt." I thought, "Read it," Raven said. The scholar's voice trembled, then steadied as the rhythm took him. It wasn't quite prayer and not entirely history. It sounded like the Moonwell would if it decided to become a person for the space of a heartbeat and tell the world what it was for. When he finished, the corridor felt warmer. The parchment looked less like paper and more like a bridge. "Teach it," I said. "To the children first." "I already started," he admitted, coloring. "Good," Raven said simply, and the scholar's shoulders dropped their burden of centuries. At dusk, a caravan arrived from the north. Wagons wrapped in canvas, wheels bandaged with rope where the roads had broken them, people whose eyes had learned how to weigh a stranger in a single glance. The sentries signaled from the walls. Our gates opened as promised. The first woman through wore no shoes despite the snow. She carried a child in one arm and the frayed end of a rope in the other, tethering a goat to the future. Her lips were blue with cold. She looked at our fires, at our walls, at our faces, and did a thing I will never forget. She did not beg. She recited the names of those in her care. "Etta," she said, touching her throat. "Ren," she said, touching the child. "Miko," she said, touching the goat's head as if it were a saint. Then finally her eyes found mine. "And you?" "Lyria," I said, and gave her water. Others spilled in behind her, more names than I could hold in my head, which is why we wrote them down with the care of archivists who know that a ledger can be a lifeline if you treat it like one. The kitchen sent out soup and bread. The stables took the wagons and men who were more bone than muscle and still stood like pines. When a boy coughed, I listened. When a man limped, I found the splint beneath the blanket he didn't want to give up and told him we would replace it with something meant for legs rather than ladders. He cried without sound. I pretended not to notice because dignity often travels with its eyes down. Raven moved through the arrivals like a dark tide, not looming, not pretending humility. He simply was, present at the edges of every fear so it had to negotiate before it entered. When a veteran flinched at the clatter of a dropped pot, Raven stepped into his line of sight and let the man see a scar he normally covered with a collar. No words, only acknowledgement. The veteran's hand stopped shaking long enough to accept soup. Kale orchestrated bedrolls with the flair of a general staging a theater. "Yes, you there with the cheekbones. You're strong enough to lift a pallet. Don't argue. I can smell pride from 3 courtyards. You. No, not you. Yes, you with the perfect braid. Teach 3 children how to tie a knot the way you did that ribbon. We survive together, or we don't deserve the word. The goddess must love a well-run chaos, because by nightfall the entire courtyard looked like a temporary village and sounded like rain when it learns how to laugh. After midnight, when the fires had gentled and the cries of the very young had given way to the soft groans of old wounds releasing their grip, Raven and I walked the quiet. "Do you ever feel like the first is still watching?" I asked. "Waiting for us to forget that the curse is dead?" "Yes," he said without hesitation. "But I also feel something else watching. The Moonwell, the part of the world that doesn't care for crowns and cares very much for vows." We reached the western parapet. The valley lay below like a quilt the night had tucked in carefully. My breath fogged and joined the stars for a moment before learning gravity again. I felt weak in the rift, I confessed. For a moment, when the floor tried to rewrite me. Not in my body, in my belief. "You didn't break," he said. "But I could have." "So could I," he said, and turned so his back rested against the stone and his eyes rested on me. "That's the point. Strength isn't the absence of fracture. It's deciding what to do with the crack." I laughed softly. "You sound like the scholar." "I stole his parchment when you weren't looking," he said, with not even the ghost of a smile. Which made me laugh harder. We stood there a long while, trading silence with the night until it felt like conversation rather than emptiness. Before we returned to our chambers, we visited the barracks where the arrivals slept. Etta, the barefoot woman, had found a pallet and surrendered the goat to a stall without surrendering her claim to it. Ren slept with his hand on her collarbone, as if to anchor her to breathing. I tucked the blanket higher and felt the old ache that had nothing to do with fear and everything to do with memory. Raven must have sensed it. "What name do you not say aloud?" he asked gently. "It's not a name," I said. "It's a night, the one where no one opened the door." He placed his hand over mine on the blanket's edge. It warmed my skin as if the hearth had learned how to touch. "You opened it tonight," he said. "Perhaps that's how time forgives." When we finally slept, I dreamed of the Moonwell. Not of light or drowning or impossible choices. I dreamed it had hands. They were calloused like a farmer's and stained like a healer's, and when they cupped my face, I woke with tears on my mouth that tasted like river water. Morning came with color. The sky learned pink as if for the first time. Kitchens became choirs. Children ran in scuffed boots. And someone somewhere started a song that used to belong to weddings and decided it could belong to Tuesdays too. The scholar stood in the courtyard with a circle of little ones gathered close. He sang the hymn he had found, and the words did not ask the moon to bless us. They reminded us how to bless each other. I added a harmony under my breath. Raven did not sing. He listened so hard that sound had no choice but to be true. In the afternoon, the first argument of the New World arrived disguised as generosity. A tradesman complained that humans were buying grain with coin minted from a crown he did not recognize. "And wolves have been paying with debt they call loyalty for years," Kyle said cheerfully from behind him. "And somehow your bins never refuse them." The man flushed. I stepped between them before pride could find teeth. "Bring the coin," I said. He did. The stamp was rough. Someone had hammered a wolf's head too deep and left the crescent moon looking more like a bruise than a symbol. "We'll accept these for now and ask the mint to teach their hands patience," I told him. "But we'll also establish a store for those with neither coin nor debt. You'll be paid in timber for the roof you keep whole, in grain for the grain you release, in protection for the risk you take." He blinked as if I had spoken a language he hadn't heard since childhood. "An exchange, not charity? Charity is a word that lets the giver feel holy," I said. "Exchange is a word that lets the receiver keep their name." He bowed, awkwardly, sincerely. The next day, he brought flour without asking if anyone deserved it. Names survived because we remembered to use them. Toward evening, news arrived from the northern fires. No movement, no marks, no circles carved in bark. The quiet held. We didn't trust it. We tended it anyway, Ash and Ember discovered. The map room in Ada Corner, of the winter charter with the very specific joy of children whose ancestors were wolves and whose present contained too much parchment to respect. I scolded them until Raven coughed to hide a laugh that made the scolding useless and the pups unrepentant. "Tomorrow," he said later, when the lamps were low and the moon sat fat and satisfied on the edge of the world, "I take Kyle to the border villages. They need to see me walk rather than hear of me ride. I'll go to the river settlement," I said. "They've been without a midwife since the last bad winter." He arched a brow. "You could ask to be guarded." "I could," I said, and smiled the way a woman smiles when she intends to be obeyed by fate, if not by men. "But I will take 2 sentries. An ash, an ember." "Ah, yes," he said solemnly. "Your most fearsome wards." "They have teeth," I reminded him. "So do you," he said. And it was not flirtation, or if it was, it had learned to dress as respect. The quiet between storms lasted 3 whole days, long enough for the bread to rise without rushing, and for the stonemasons to argue about aesthetics, as if that were what would save us, and perhaps it was. Long enough for a woman in the river settlement to name her daughter Balance, because she liked the way the word tasted when said softly. Long enough for Cale to return with frost in his beard and tell a story about a grandmother who smacked him with a ladle for trying to carry her water because boys who tower forget how short the world becomes when you're old. On the 4th day, the wind shifted. I felt it at the window, the way cold turned thin, and the sunlight learned a new angle as if the world had been tilted by an unseen hand. The bell did not ring. The fires did not flare. The scouts did not send up smoke. It was a different kind of warning, the sort that arrives when a story changes chapters without changing tone. Raven found me in the apothecary, sleeves rolled, hands stained green from pounding mint into a paste. He didn't speak until the door was closed. "Varos is missing," he said. I wiped my hands on a cloth that had long ago surrendered its claim to whiteness. "Missing," I repeated. "His council says he left at dawn, alone." "Men like Varos don't leave alone," I said. "They are left." Raven nodded once. "Yes, or taken." The quiet between storms changed shape around us. It didn't end. It waited. "What do you hear now?" I asked, because that had become our ritual when the world shrugged. He listened. It was a beautiful thing to watch, a king trusting silence enough to let it answer. "A door," he said at last. "Somewhere it just opened. For us?" "For someone," he said. "And whoever it is, they intend to walk through." I tied my apron tighter, not because I needed to, but because the body likes to be usefully busy when the soul begins to run. "Then we light the hall," I said. "And meet them in it." He smiled, small, tired, ready. "Together. Always together," said the look that moved between us. Outside, snow began again. Soft flakes that made the courtyard hold its breath in case the world had a secret it was about to tell. Children lifted their faces and stuck out their tongues to catch proof of sky. Cale shouted at a dog who had stolen his glove, and then negotiated the ransom with meat and insults. Somewhere a woman sang the hymn in a voice cracked from years of not singing, and it made the hair rise on my arms. The storm would come when it chose. It always did. But we had learned something the first never understood. Quiet is not weakness. It is preparation. It is the sound of a kingdom gathering itself, fitting its bones, deciding the shape it intends to keep. We held the quiet like a blade sheathed not from fear of using it, but from wisdom about when. And when the door opened, wherever it was, we would be the ones standing on the other side, not with hunger in our eyes, but with history in our hands. The news of Varos's disappearance moved through the fortress like a draft under a closed door. No bell rang, no horn sounded, but everyone felt it just the same. The way torches guttered for a heartbeat, the way the wind changed direction and forgot to warn the trees. The circle had many faces. Varos had been the one that smiled while counting your teeth. Raven didn't summon a war council. He asked for boots, cloaks, and a small party that knew how to listen to an unfriendly road. Cale appeared almost before the sentence finished, already stripping last night's mud from his spear with a scrap of leather that had seen better lives. "Tracks?" he asked. "None we can trust," Raven said. He did not leave a trail. "Someone took it away for him," Cale grunted. "Then we follow the absence." I packed what healers always pack when the day admits it may end with blood: needle, thread, willow bark, moonleaf, strips of linen cut from the shirt I liked least. Ash and ember circled like smoke that had grown fond of feet. "You two stay," I told them, pointing at the hearth where warmth behaved itself. They sat. They wagged their tails. And then, like the laws of physics had never been explained to them, they followed us to the gate with expressions so earnest even the sentries tried not to laugh. "Fine," I said, and pretended I hadn't intended it from the start. "But you obey." They wagged harder, which any reasonable person would interpret as absolutely not, but I chose optimism. It's either faith or foolishness. On good days, they're the same. We took the northern road at a pace that would not panic our own shadows. The air held that brittle cold that makes even questions snap. Snow lay in the ditches like forgotten letters. The pines kept secrets and offered needles instead. 2 hours out, Kyle lifted a hand, and the column compressed to a breath. He crouched beside nothing at all and smiled as if it had told him a joke. "Hoofprints," he said, "erased by someone who knows the erasing matters more than the writing." He tapped the air just beyond the road's edge. But the ground remembers weight when weight forgets ground. He angled us off the path through a lattice of saplings that snagged at cloaks with small, greedy hands. The world quieted in that way it does when it thinks it has successfully hidden something and is waiting to be praised for it. We found the door by not looking for a door. At first, it was only a dark seam in a slope of stone, a vertical wrinkle where the mountain had frowned once and never bothered to smooth itself out. Then the wolf senses among us felt it, that pull against the back of the throat like the first swallow of winter water. The closer we came, the warmer the stone grew, until my palm registered the heat of old breath. "This is not a gate you knock on," Cale said softly. Raven stepped forward. He pressed both hands to the seam as if testing a patient's fever, then laid his ear against it. "It listens," he murmured. "To what?" I asked. "To vows," he said. "The hollow gate," I knew the name. Everyone did. If they'd lived long enough to eavesdrop on the older kind of fear. A door that opens for oath breakers, or for those who remember what an oath costs. The circle favored it because it did not answer to kings. It answered to consequence. "What does it require?" I asked. Raven's jaw worked, the muscle ticking as the past considered its right to speak. "Traditionally, blood." I set my satchel down, took out the winter charter we'd drafted only days ago, and unfolded it carefully with cold, blunt fingers. The pups sniffed the edges, decided parchment wasn't delicious today, and sat with the gravity of judges. "We brought a different tradition," I said. "Balance by words. Mercy written down so it can't run." Raven's eyes flicked to mine. He didn't smile, but something eased. "Try." I laid the charter against the seam and read, not loud, not as a proclamation, soft like telling a frightened child a story. The sentences we had wrestled from the stubborn old world breathed back at me. Water first. Bread without question. Debt measured in roofs kept dry. The stone warmed more, then shuddered once, like a body deciding whether to wake. A thin line of light traced the seam from the ground to a point over our heads. The air pressed against my ears. Somewhere behind us, a raven cried once. Question or warning, I couldn't tell. Kyle whispered. Either it liked the song, or it's hungry, I finished. The seam loosened. The valley's cold exhaled. A different cold answered, older, wrapped in damp. The hollow gate opened just wide enough to admit a promise and those who meant to keep it. "Two stay with the horses," Raven ordered. "If we don't return by sundown, light the north signal and take this path apart until it stops being a path." "Meaning?" Cale asked. "Meaning drag a tree into it and make the mountain cough," Raven said. No one questioned the sanity of that plan, because sanity is relative when mountains keep doors. We went inside. The passage was narrow and refused the torchlight like a disposition. The walls dripped with the patience of stone. Our boots learned the rhythm of a place that had only ever known feet in a hurry. Someone had carved marks, circles within circles, into the rock every dozen. Steps as if afraid the earth might forget who had touched it. We came to a chamber, where the ceiling rose suddenly into a blackness, littered with cold stars, crystals, catching our light and pretending to be sky. In the center, A chair made from the spine of a dead tree sat like a throne that had survived a fire it started, and in that chair, bound with iron that had learned cruelty, was Varos. He looked like arrogance at rest, which is to say, wounded pride in human clothes. His hair was a snarl of silver. His eyes were clear and furious when they found Raven, and unexpectedly, "Me! You shouldn't have come," he said, and sounded like a man who had just realized the word shouldn't is a leash no one needs to wear. "You shouldn't have left," Raven said, voice flat. Varos's lips pulled in that little smile he wore when he intended to ruin a supper. "I didn't." He tugged against the irons. They didn't clink. They hummed. The sound ran under my feet and up my teeth. "Witch metal," Cal spat. "Forged to listen before it obeys." Raven's gaze swept the shadows. "We are not alone." "No," said a voice that did not bother to decide whether it was near or far. "You are never alone when you bring a kingdom with you in your blood." They stepped out of the dark. 4 figures in ragged robes that had once been ceremonial and now were merely stubborn. Their faces were unhooded and unafraid. The eldest among them had cheekbones sharp enough to open letters, and eyes that had learned to look through people until people blurred into ideas. "The Hollow Keepers," Raven said. "Caretakers," the elder corrected mildly. "Temples do not guard themselves, not even dead ones." On the 4th day, the wind shifted. I felt it at the window, the way cold turned thin, and the sunlight learned a new angle as if the world had been tilted by an unseen hand. The bell did not ring. The fires did not flare. The scouts did not send up smoke. It was a different kind of warning, the sort that arrives when a story changes chapters without changing tone. Raven found me in the apothecary, sleeves rolled, hands stained green from pounding mint into a paste. He didn't speak until the door was closed. "Varos is missing," he said. I wiped my hands on a cloth that had long ago surrendered its claim to whiteness. "Missing," I repeated. "His council says he left at dawn, alone." "Men like Varos don't leave alone," I said. "They are left." Raven nodded once. "Yes, or taken." The quiet between storms changed shape around us. It didn't end. It waited. "What do you hear now?" I asked, because that had become our ritual when the world shrugged. He listened. It was a beautiful thing to watch, a king trusting silence enough to let it answer. "A door," he said at last. "Somewhere it just opened. For us? For someone," he said. "And whoever it is, they intend to walk through." I tied my apron tighter, not because I needed to, but because the body likes to be usefully busy when the soul begins to run. "Then we light the hall," I said. "And meet them in it." He smiled, small, tired, ready. "Together. Always together," said the look that moved between us. Outside, snow began again. Soft flakes that made the courtyard hold its breath in case the world had a secret it was about to tell. Children lifted their faces and stuck out their tongues to catch proof of sky. Cale shouted at a dog who had stolen his glove, and then negotiated the ransom with meat and insults. Somewhere a woman sang the hymn in a voice cracked from years of not singing, and it made the hair rise on my arms. The storm would come when it chose. It always did. But we had learned something the first never understood. Quiet is not weakness. It is preparation. It is the sound of a kingdom gathering itself, fitting its bones, deciding the shape it intends to keep. We held the quiet like a blade sheathed not from fear of using it, but from wisdom about when. And when the door opened, wherever it was, we would be the ones standing on the other side, not with hunger in our eyes, but with history in our hands. The news of Varos's disappearance moved through the fortress like a draft under a closed door. No bell rang, no horn sounded, but everyone felt it just the same, the way torches guttered for a heartbeat, the way the wind changed direction and forgot to warn the trees. The circle had many faces. Varos had been the one that smiled while counting your teeth. Raven didn't summon a war council. He asked for boots, cloaks, and a small party that knew how to listen to an unfriendly road. Cale appeared almost before the sentence finished, already stripping last night's mud from his spear with a scrap of leather that had seen better lives. "Tracks?" he asked. "None we can trust," Raven said. He did not leave a trail. Someone took it away for him, Cale grunted. Then we follow the absence. I packed what healers always pack when the day admits it may end with blood. Needle, thread, willow bark, moon leaf, strips of linen cut from the shirt I liked least. Ash and ember circled like smoke that had grown fond of feet. You two stay, I told them, pointing at the hearth where warmth behaved itself. They sat. They wagged their tails. And then, like the laws of physics had never been explained to them, they followed us to the gate with expressions so earnest even the sentries tried not to laugh. Fine, I said, and pretended I hadn't intended it from the start. But you obey. They wagged harder, which any reasonable person would interpret as absolutely not, but I chose optimism. It's either faith or foolishness. On good days, they're the same. We took the northern road at a pace that would not panic our own shadows. The air held that brittle cold that makes even questions snap. Snow lay in the ditches like forgotten letters. The pines kept secrets and offered needles instead. 2 hours out, Kyle lifted a hand, and the column compressed to a breath. He crouched beside nothing at all and smiled as if it had told him a joke. Hoofprints, he said, erased by someone who knows the erasing matters more than the writing. He tapped the air just beyond the road's edge. But the ground remembers weight when weight forgets ground. He angled us off the path through a lattice of saplings that snagged at cloaks with small, greedy hands. The world quieted in that way it does when it thinks it has successfully hidden something and is waiting to be praised for it. We found the door by not looking for a door. At first, it was only a dark seam in a slope of stone, a vertical wrinkle where the mountain had frowned once and never bothered to smooth itself out. Then the wolf senses among us felt it, that pull against the back of the throat like the first swallow of winter water. The closer we came, the warmer the stone grew, until my palm registered the heat of old breath. This is not a gate you knock on, Cale said softly. Raven stepped forward. He pressed both hands to the seam as if testing a patient's fever, then laid his ear against it. It listens, he murmured. To what? I asked. To vows, he said. The hollow gate, I knew the name. Everyone did. If they'd lived long enough to eavesdrop on the older kind of fear. A door that opens for oath breakers, or for those who remember what an oath costs. The circle favored it because it did not answer to kings. It answered to consequence. What does it require? I asked. Raven's jaw worked, the muscle ticking as the past considered its right to speak. Traditionally, blood. I set my satchel down, took out the winter charter we'd drafted only days ago, and unfolded it carefully with cold, blunt fingers. The pups sniffed the edges, decided parchment wasn't delicious today, and sat with the gravity of judges. We brought a different tradition, I said, balanced by words. Mercy written down so it can't run. Raven's eyes flicked to mine. He didn't smile, but something eased. Try. I laid the charter against the seam and read, not loud, not as a proclamation, soft like telling a frightened child a story. The sentences we had wrestled from the stubborn old world breathed back at me. Water first. Bread without question. Debt measured in roofs kept dry. The stone warmed more, then shuddered once, like a body deciding whether to wake. A thin line of light traced the seam from the ground to a point over our heads. The air pressed against my ears. Somewhere behind us, a raven cried once. Question or warning, I couldn't tell. Kyle whispered. Either it liked the song. Or it's hungry, I finished. The seam loosened. The valley's cold exhaled. A different cold answered, older, wrapped in damp. The hollow gate opened just wide enough to admit a promise and those who meant to keep it. 2 stay with the horses, Raven ordered. If we don't return by sundown, light the north signal and take this path apart until it stops being a path. Meaning? Cale asked. Meaning drag a tree into it and make the mountain cough, Raven said. No one questioned the sanity of that plan, because sanity is relative when mountains keep doors. We went inside. The passage was narrow and refused the torchlight like a disposition. The walls dripped with the patience of stone. Our boots learned the rhythm of a place that had only ever known feet in a hurry. Someone had carved marks, circles within circles, into the rock every dozen. Steps as if afraid the earth might forget who had touched it. We came to a chamber, where the ceiling rose suddenly into a blackness, littered with cold stars, crystals, catching our light and pretending to be sky. In the center, a chair made from the spine of a dead tree sat like a throne that had survived a fire it started. And in that chair, bound with iron that had learned cruelty, was Veros. He looked like arrogance at rest, which is to say, wounded pride in human clothes. His hair was a snarl of silver. His eyes were clear and furious when they found Raven, and unexpectedly, "Me, you shouldn't have come," he said, and sounded like a man who had just realized the word shouldn't is a leash no one needs to wear. "You shouldn't have left," Raven said, voice flat. Veros's lips pulled in that little smile he wore when he intended to ruin a supper. "I didn't." He tugged against the irons. They didn't clink. They hummed. The sound ran under my feet and up my teeth. "Witch metal," Kel spat. "Forged to listen before it obeys." Raven's gaze swept the shadows. "We are not alone." "No," said a voice that did not bother to decide whether it was near or far. "You are never alone when you bring a kingdom with you in your blood." They stepped out of the dark. 4 figures in ragged robes that had once been ceremonial and now were merely stubborn. Their faces were unhooded and unafraid. The eldest among them had cheekbones sharp enough to open letters, and eyes that had learned to look through people until people blurred into ideas. "The Hollow Keepers," Raven said. "Caretakers," the elder corrected mildly. "Temples do not guard themselves, not even dead ones." "I thought the circle killed you," Kale said. "They tried," she said, as if reporting rain. "We were inconvenient. We remembered the law before men bent it to rule them instead of serve them." Raven gestured toward Veros. "And this?" "Payment," she answered. "Not for us. For the door. Doors don't require ransom," I said. "Ah," she said, turning her head like a hawk considering a mouse brave enough to quote theology. "The Luna who reads charters to stone. Tell me, did it open because of your words or because it wanted to hear you try?" Ash growled. Ember echoed, smaller but with conviction. The elder smiled with more respect than her mouth would admit. "We do not serve the circle," she said, "nor your king. We serve the equilibrium your charter tries to name. The first priests called it debt. The Moonwell sings it as counterweight. We keep the door that opens when imbalance outweighs tradition." "And you weighed us and found us guilty?" Raven's voice had gone very soft. "Power hides there with knives. We weighed you and found you loud," she said. "The kingdom's scale tips toward mercy." "Good. But mercy without memory breeds new tyrants who smile." She inclined her head at Veros, thought to force the balance by breaking it. "That is an old mistake with new boots." "Let him go," I said. "Why?" Her eyes were flint. "Not cruel. Not kind. Flint. Because he has learned his lesson? Men like this learn rehearsal, not repentance." "Because the balance you serve needs witnesses," I said, and heard the certainty arrive even as I spoke. "If he dies in the dark, the circle writes the story. If he stands in the light and speaks, we write it." The elder studied me the way a knife studies a whetstone. "You would risk the old world repeating itself, on the chance that voice breaks something silence could not?" "Yes," I said, and my hands didn't shake. "Because children live in the world we show them, not the one we hide." Silence gathered and folded its arms. The gate behind us did not breathe. Varos did, shallow and stubborn. The elder lifted one bony hand. The irons sighed and loosened as if they had only needed permission. Varos sagged forward, caught himself, stood. Pride is a cane men pretend they don't lean on. "I owe you nothing," he told the elder. "You owe the door," she corrected without offense. "Pay it by using the life it gave back to you for something other than self." Veros looked at me, then at Raven. Something in his face flickered. Fear, perhaps, or the beginning of its antidote. "Why take him at all?" Raven asked. "To see who would come for him," the elder said. "Enmity is an easier kind of loyalty to test." "It was a trap," Kale muttered. "It was a measure," she replied. "You passed." A whisper moved along the walls like wind discovering a throat. The elder's head tilted. "Your door is closing," she said. "Take your enemy with you." "Veros?" Kyle asked. "At worst," the elder said, "he is your lesson. At best." Her eyes met mine for the first time without weaponry in them. At best, he is the proof that a kingdom that offers water first can turn even thirst into vow. We left the chamber with Veros leaning on the insult of our help. The passage seemed longer on the way out. Doors always do when your life hangs on, whether they let the world in again. At the threshold, the seam had narrowed to a blade's width. Raven pressed both palms to it. The winter charter lay in my satchel, the ink dry but still brave. I slid it out, smoothed its edge, and whispered the lines we had borrowed from the scholar's hymn. Not debt, but duet. Not power, but promise, stone relented. Light found us. Winter bit our faces like a lover who had run out of patience. We did not ride for the fortress. We walked until the hollow's influence fell off our boots and then mounted. Varos did not speak. He didn't thank us. He didn't sneer. An odd mercy in itself. Snow hissed under the horse's hooves. The forest watched with that blank expression it wears when deciding whether to raise witnesses. We were a mile from the gate when the arrow came. I didn't hear the bow. I felt the intention, the way the air tensed, the way my skin learned a language it hadn't known it remembered. I turned without thinking, and the shaft meant for Varos found the space between my forearm and my ribs instead. The head buried in leather, not flesh. The impact shoved me backward. Ember barked furious. Kale was already moving, spear singing, body remembering wars before his mouth could name them. 3 figures broke from the tree line. Not circle-robed, not keepers. Fortress leather, my stomach went cold. Traitors wear uniforms better than anyone. Raven hit the ground running. He took the first one in the ribs with a blow that cracked bone like ice under a heavy boot. Kale's spear split the second's mask and the pride beneath it. The third turned to run. Ash and Ember became the ancestors for a heartbeat and hamstrung him with a precision that would have been terrifying if they hadn't immediately sat down and wagged. After, as if they'd fetched a stick, we bound, the last one alive. He wore our crest under his cloak. Not old. The stitching was fresh. He was young enough to have been learning to shave when the curse broke. His eyes told a story older than he was. Fear taught by a father's table. Raven's voice cut clean. "Who sent you?" The boy pressed his lips together as if the shape alone could shield him. The blood in his mouth said otherwise. He spat pink into the snow. "Balance," he said, and made the word sound like a joke he'd been told to tell. "The circle inside the walls is tired of waiting for mercy to grow teeth," Kale snarled. "Names." The boy swallowed, glanced at Veros, and something in his posture cracked. Maybe he had imagined this a simpler story. Kill the villain you were taught. Be a hero in a mirror held by liars. Seeing the man alive, and defended by those he'd been told were monsters, had complicated the script. He whispered 3 names. 2 I recognized, men who sharpened quills as if they were spears. One I did not. It tasted like iron and old shoes. The armory quartermaster. "Of course," Kale said bleakly. "If you want to smuggle arrows, befriend the one who counts them." Raven bound the boy's hands gently, not to be kind, but to deny brutality its habit. "You will live to stand before the council," he said, "and speak on record." He looked at Varos. "With him." Varos's laugh was not loud, but it was honest. "The door wasn't for me," he said, voice brittle with the weight of understanding arriving late. "It was for you." "For us," I corrected. Doors rarely open to a single name. We entered the fortress without fanfare, because there are moments when spectacle is a thief. The guards on the wall stiffened when they saw Veros. They relaxed when they saw him walking between Raven and Kale. Relaxed is the wrong word. Adjusted, perhaps. The body's willingness to learn is the first mercy it grants the mind. In the courtyard, Elder Marin was waiting with a ledger clutched like a relic. The scholar hovered behind her, parchment tucked beneath his arm, as if afraid history might drop it and he'd have to catch it. "We found this in the archives," Marin said, holding the ledger out. An old book with a new lock that did not resist old keys. Her mouth twisted. Names, payments, oaths disguised as inventories. The bone ledger. Veros went white beneath his winter. "You kept it," he said to no one we could see. "We inherited it," Marin said. "We decide whether to become what we inherit." "Burn it," Kale said. "Not yet," I answered, fingers already flipping through. The pages whispered like conspirators, debt noted in scratches and pounds of grain, punishments disguised as patience, a map of harm. When I reached the entries for this year, the ink looked smug. Raven pointed to a column headed simply Wait. They calibrated cruelty, he said softly, as if a life could be measured like flour. Then we recalibrate law, I said, and closed the book gently as if it were a body we intended to bury with respect, but not reverence. We crossed the yard toward the council hall. The boy we'd bound stared up at the banners with the round-eyed grief of someone seeing the underside of belief. Varos walked as if each step cost him a coin he had spent freely for too long. The shot came not from the walls or the shadows, but from the gallery just outside the council doors, close, cowardly, practiced. Ash barked a heartbeat before the sound. Ember lunged like lightning learning to walk. I shoved Varos sideways. The arrow meant for his throat skidded along his collarbone. Cut flesh, cut pride, cut time short without taking it entirely. Kale's spear pinned the shooter's sleeve to the doorpost. The man squealed in a pitch too thin for the world. The quartermaster. Raven took 2 steps in a lifetime and stood with his blade at the traitor's heart, without letting hate name the hand that held it. He spoke as if instructing a student. You will explain to the council how you made faith into inventory. We carried Varos to the healer's hall. He did not thank me for the shove. Some men never do. He held my gaze instead, and that was more. Why? He asked, and I heard all his previous answers shiver. Because if you die in the light, the story is yours, I said. If you live, it's everyone's. His mouth tilted. Mercy with teeth. Yes, I said, and bound his wound with linen cut from a shirt I liked better than the first. By nightfall, the council chamber smelled of cold and ink. The boy spoke. The quartermaster sweated. The bone ledger lay open like a confession that finally decided to earn absolution the hard way. Varos, gray with pain, used what was left of his voice to name names of men who had taught him how to be this shape. Not because he wanted to be better, because the door had decided to be a teacher and had chosen a curriculum he could not ignore. We didn't sentence anyone that night. We didn't light pyres or wave banners. We did the smaller, harder thing. We kept listening until the truth ran out of places to sit without being seen. When we left the chamber, the courtyard was quiet. Snow came down like forgiveness no one had asked for and everyone needed. The pups rolled in it as if joy were a strategy. Raven stood at the threshold, looking up at the tower where the quartermaster sat in chains, at the gate, where the boy would wake to a guard who had been instructed to offer water first, at the hall where Varos lay not alone. A door opened, he said at last. And we didn't flinch, I answered. No, he agreed. We walked through and brought the light with us. We began to cross the yard toward the glow of our chamber's hearth, when the bell in the west tower tolled, once. Not alarm, summons. Kale jogged from the shadows, breath painting the air in ragged bursts. Scouts from the far border, he said. They found something. What? Raven asked. Kale swallowed, looked at the pups, then at us. Not who, he said softly. What? A cradle. Empty. Silver threaded with the crest burned off. And tracks. Small. 2 sets. My heart stuttered, then learned a new rhythm. Where? I asked, already moving. Beyond the ice bridge, he said. At the edge of the world we told ourselves wasn't our problem anymore. The wind lifted. Somewhere a door chuckled to itself in a mountain and decided it was our business after all. Raven's eyes found mine, golden and unblinking. Tomorrow, he said. Tonight, I corrected, and felt the moonwell stir like water remembering the shape of a hand. Ash and Ember stood, snow frosting their whiskers like hasty crowns. They didn't wag now. They understood. The quiet between storms had pulled its cloak closed. The next chapter waited in the dark, patient as breath. We gathered our cloaks. We chose our companions. We did not ask the night for permission. The road kept its secret a moment longer, and then began to tell it. Night pulled its hood tight, and the world obeyed. The torches at the gate burned low, their flames narrow and precise, as if they understood the kind of darkness we were about to enter and wished not to waste heat. The bell's single note still hung in the air, the way a held breath does when the body forgets how to exhale. The message had been simple, the kind that puts the spine on notice. An empty cradle, silver-threaded. 2 small tracks, the crest scorched away. Raven didn't ask for the council's blessing. He didn't leave orders long enough to become arguments. He named the companions with the ease of a man who has learned the difference between show and necessity. Cale for his spear and his stubborn loyalty. Elder Marin's apprentice, Sarah, for her maps and her habit of remembering what others prefer to forget. 2 border-born scouts whose footsteps made less sound than snow deciding to fall. Me because mercy and trouble have always traveled together. And the Pups, because fate had stopped pretending to separate our family into sensible pieces. We left through the west gate, where the wind came with a scent like old iron and juniper. Sentries bowed with their eyes rather than their heads. One of them pressed a skin of warmed broth into my hands with the solemnity of sacrament. For when the night asks its question, he said. I tied it to my saddle horn and hoped the night would accept a soft answer. The road to the ice bridge is a lesson in restraint. It coils along cliffs that don't trust their own edges, then drops into a ravine where sound goes to think. The trees there are old and patient, the sort that have watched men become kings, and kings become myths, and still have sap enough to laugh. The moon rode low, a sharpened coin. Our breath plumed and vanished like rumors that refuse to last. Cale rode point, body seated loose but eyes narrowed to a blade's width. The scouts ghosted left and right. Sarah rode near me, her fingers restless against the edges of a parchment roll, as if the map wanted to be held the way a child wants to be reassured in the night. The Pups ran in a weaving line, investigating every important and unimportant smell with the democracy of youth. Raven moved like a shadow who had decided to try honesty for a while. We reached the bridge before midnight. It is not a bridge in the way city people mean, a thing of stone and measure, but a frozen river caught in a throat of rock, its surface polished by winter's long hand until even moonlight loses its footing. Once a year, the thaw mutters threats. Tonight, the ice sang. The note was high and thin and older than law. Kyle lifted a hand. We dismounted and led the horses onto the ice with the tenderness one reserves for sleeping beasts. Our studs had been fitted with winter nails. Even so, the hooves skated and found themselves again with little curt grunts of pride. The Pups slid on purpose, because joy has bad timing and perfect aim. Raven's hand caught my elbow when the ice tilted under a gust, not grabbing, only offering weight in case mine needed reminding. It did. Our steps fell into rhythm. On the far bank, the snow lay untroubled, all except for the message that had summoned us. An empty cradle, made of woven willow bled with silver thread, sat upright in a shallow pocket of drift where wind had not dared. The handle had been wrapped once with cloth and then burned clean. The crest had not been cut away. It had been scorched. The wood still smelled faintly of smoke and something sweet beneath it. The last whisper of milk. 2 sets of tracks. Tiny, bare, close together at first, then splitting. The stride was short, the pattern quick. Children who ran because someone told them to, or because they had learned the difference between a cradle and a trap. Sarah knelt by the marks, her breath a white scribble. Not wolf-born, she murmured. No claw points. Human feet, small. She set a gloved finger between impressions, measuring instinctively. 3 winters. 4 at most. Cale's jaw went hard. Who leaves little ones on the wrong side of the bridge in night this cold? Someone who wanted us to find them, Raven said. He crouched opposite Sarah, eyes not on the prints, but on the space around them. And someone who can walk these paths without leaving a trail. See? He pointed to the absence the way a teacher points to the line between notes in a song. The snow was oddly smooth to the east, as if wind had been instructed to cover what it usually celebrates. I wanted to lift the cradle and hold it against my chest, the way fear holds its own throat. I wanted to throw it into the ravine and let the river's old mouth devour the symbol and the shame. I did neither. I tucked the blanket that still clung stubbornly to one corner of the wicker back into it, because even ghosts deserve not to be cold. Ash and Ember circled, noses down, tails low. They whined, and then quieted, and then looked up at me with the same question in both their eyes. Where? Find them, I whispered. They went. They didn't run full out. They trotted like wolves who understood that stories get longer when you rush. The scouts fell in behind at a respectful distance, choosing the margins where sound misbehaves. We followed the Pups' line into the trees, through a stand of fur that had gathered snow in the crooks of its arms like reluctant blessings, across a shelf of stone where the wind tried to persuade us to leave, and down into a shallow bowl of earth where snowdrift met rock and made a cave of accident. The Pups vanished into the darkest part. There was a small silence, the kind that holds its breath not because it is afraid, but because it knows what comes next, cannot be spoken with lungs full of other business. Then Ember yipped. Short, urgent. 2 beats. Ash's answering rumble was so gentle it would not have frightened a mouse. We slid in on our knees, the lantern held high for light and low for reassurance. They were there. 2 children, huddled so close their outlines had grown confused. A boy and a girl by their clothes, or what remained of them, tunics too thin for this weather, the sort of rough weave issued by people who think a child is a future laborer rather than a person who deserves comfort now. Their hair was the color of old straw, matted by the day's bad decisions. Their lips were white with cold. The girl's eyes were open and unblinking. The boys were closed as if sleep had been promised and delivered badly. Between them lay a strip of leather marked with a single brand, the crescent broken. Not the royal crest, the opposite of it. A symbol I'd seen scorched on barn beams when the circle wished to warn a village that mercy was out of fashion. I set the lantern down so the heat would gather in the small cave. I took the broth skin from my belt with hands that had learned how to stop shaking while the heart went on with that difficult work. Sarah reached for the boy's wrist, felt, waited, nodded, and smiled with her eyes and her mouth at the same time the way midwives do when the room needs leadership more than celebration. Slow, I told the girl, tipping a little warmth against her lower lip. Just a taste. You'll have more if your body remembers how to say yes. She didn't flinch. Children who have learned too much never flinch first. She swallowed, then reached with cracked fingers toward her brother's mouth, as if to insist he be asked for consent properly. I let her guide the skin. Kyle and Raven held the drift's lip like a gate, their attention outward, their ears measuring the night. The scouts ghosted around us in widening circles, not speaking because there wasn't anything useful to say that could make sound obedient. The Pups pressed against the children's legs, their warmth and breath doing what politics cannot. After the 3rd swallow, the girl's eyes began to blink again, as if the body had just remembered it had doors. Name? I asked, murmuring the question with the same weight I give prayers I don't trust to gods. She looked at me long enough to determine whether names had value here. Then Ella, a whisper. Maybe a lie. It didn't matter. Names arrive where trust permits. And him? Her hand found the boy's hair by habit. Ro, Sarah smiled with a tremor. Illa and Ro, she repeated, and wrote it in the air with the careful pronunciation of archivists. As if the world takes shape around syllables and we must get them right, or the shape will wobble. Who left you? The question risked shattering a thin ice. I asked it anyway. Illa's gaze slid to the strip of branded leather, as if an answer could be hewn from cowhide. She swallowed. A man who doesn't know the sound his heart makes when it remembers the way to its own body. The sentence did not belong in her mouth. Children shouldn't have to be poets to survive, but night asks some growings to happen before morning gets a say. Did he hurt you? My throat rasped around the need not to hear the wrong answer. No. Illa looked at me with a seriousness that was not defensive, only tired. He didn't know how to love us, so he tried not to. It made him cruel. He thought the bridge would fix it. Raven's breath flared behind me in the small cave with the unkind honesty of grief. I did not look back. He had been a man who believed distance could correct what closeness exposed. He knew the lie. We all learn it. Mercy is just how fast you forgive yourself. Come, I said. You're coming home. Illa didn't move. Where is that? Where the water is warm, I said. And the bread comes without questions, she considered. The boy, Ro, stirred and whimpered once, as if talking in a language pain teaches, then settled. Illa nodded. Okay, she said, and the syllables were so light it broke something tender in me. We wrapped them, cloak over cloak, heat of our bodies and our belief. Kale carried Ro with an ease that would have made any mother choose him for a son if the world permitted such bargains. Raven crouched so Illa could climb against his back, her small arms finding his collarbone and hanging on like the first person to ride a storm. The wind shifted as we stepped out of the drift. The gorge ahead, exhaling a warning or a welcome, depending on whether you had slept well lately. The first arrow came from uphill and far, the way men shoot when they love the idea of killing more than the work of it. It hissed past Raven's shoulder and spat itself into the drift with a sound like a snake reconsidering. Kale didn't look. He turned and put his spear through the space the arrow had come from, because experience has taught him that the world is fooled easily by confident angles. A figure in winter gray slid from the tree line. Not circle colors, not ours either. A coat with its crest ripped away, threads still hanging like nerves. The woman who wore it was broad across the shoulders and wrong around the eyes in the way hunger makes saints into thieves. She carried a bow whose string did not creak. Another arrow was already kissing the notch. "You're late," she said. Her voice was flat with exhaustion and something like hope poorly managed. "We left them for you before moonrise. Anger is a heat that wants to stand." I forced mine to sit. "Then step aside," I said. "You did one thing right tonight. Don't ruin it." Her mouth twitched. "Right? I have carried them through 3 nights, woman. I have fed them when my own had nothing. I brought them within a mile of your gate, because Varos promised he would end this war, and your king promised water first. And you call me late." Raven didn't shift Illa's weight. He didn't reach for his sword. "Then why shoot?" he asked. "Because I needed to be seen," she said, and her bow lowered on a line with shame and pride. "Because if I put them at your gate, your guards would claim the mercy, and my people would still starve in the trees. Because if I sent a messenger, they would not believe a mother who could not feed her child. Because if an arrow misses you, it can hit a rumor from 2 valleys over." Kale muttered just loudly enough for the wind to hear. "I hate that she's right." More figures slid from the dark. 5, then 8, men and women in coats like hers. Their sleeves patched and repatched until you could tell the story of the last winter by the weight of thread alone. They were not circle. They were what happens when the circle taxes a village into choosing between loyalty and bone. Sarah stepped between us and the arrows with the calm that makes fools lower their weapons. "Names," she said. "Let me write them. We cannot stop your hunger if we don't know where it lives." The archer's jaw moved. She spat a name like a challenge. "Darius." The others followed, the syllables rubbing against cold teeth as if names break easier when you speak them thin. Sarah spoke them back one by one and set them into memory like stones into a river that intends to be crossed. "They will come for you if you bring those children inside," the archer said, chin lifting toward the cradle as if it were a witness with unreliable habits. "The ones who left the brand. They will say you stole their debt." Raven's eyes went gold, and then softer, like metal remembering ore. "The debt is cancelled," he said. "Tell them the king said so." "The king who taxes," Darius shot back. "You will cancel this debt and collect another." Kyle opened his mouth to respond with the theater of sarcasm. I touched his sleeve. He closed it again with visible effort. I looked at Darius and did the only thing the knight would respect. "What do you want? Not what do you need. What do you want?" Needs are triage. Wants are the blueprint for tomorrow's mercy. She stared at me, and I watched hope fight its way toward the surface and lose to caution. And then try again because hope is as stubborn as hunger if you give it a corner. "A quarter of our grain forgiven from last winter," she said. "A sawmill left unburned when your patrols have to pretend to punish us for stealing firewood. A midwife who remembers how to shoulder grief without making it about her." "Done," I said, because power is knowing when to promise and when to ask someone else to. I felt Raven's attention turn and rest and approve like a hand between my shoulders. "And water when you ask at the gate," I added. Without inventory, Darius's bow lowered a little more. The others' breaths made a small fog. "And them?" She jerked her chin at Illa and Ro. "If I give them, do I lose them?" "You lose the right to bury them," I said. "That's all." Her face changed. It didn't soften. It rewrote itself. She nodded once, a warrior's agreement. "Go," she said, and backed her shadow into the trees until the dark took it with the respect it gives to things that have earned it. We moved. The scouts widened their ring. The pups trotted proud and dangerous at our knees, glancing up at Illa and Ro as if to assure them that what was in front was not, in fact, a cliff. The ice sang again as we stepped onto the bridge. Halfway across, the wind rose and the surface flexed beneath our boots, with a sound like glass deciding against its better judgment. Raven didn't look down. Illa tightened her arms and whispered into the back of his neck a word I couldn't hear and didn't need to. The bridge held. The river below swallowed a new moon of broken ice and carried it away without remembering it had teeth. On the far side, the first signal fire along the ridge flared as if to guide us. It wasn't ours. It was the village of Bram, where the old mill had once ground grain for 5 valleys, until a circle patrol called it a den for sedition and called the Burning Righteous. The new mill stood on shorter legs and had teeth like a child's, but it turned. Tonight its wheel sang as if to say, "We saw you. We are still here." At the gate, the sentries didn't ask the wrong questions. Elder Marin met us in the courtyard with a blanket over her own shoulders and another in her hands. She took Illa without comment. Illa did not cry. She frowned, which is better, because tears are a closing and frowns are a door you can still walk through. I took Ro to the healer's hall and set him in the warm shadow between 2 braziers. Sarah put a quill in the ledger and wrote with such careful letters that the page looked like prayer. Kale paced, which for him is a system of weather. Raven stood at the end of the long table with his hands loose and his breath deep, like a man teaching his body to trust the room. When Ro's eyelids fluttered with the pain of blood returning to places it had abandoned, Raven looked away. Not because he couldn't bear it. Because he could, and he chose not to practice that muscle more than necessary. Dawn leaked into the hall. We were past midnight and moving into the hour when hope yawns and considers coffee. Illa ate bread in polite bites. Ro woke, looked around with the civility of small kings, and fell asleep with his hand in Ash's fur. Elder Marin drew me aside. "The brand," she said, and her mouth bent on the word as if it had splinters. "Broken crescent. Not royal, not circle. I've seen it before." In a ledger that didn't understand it was confessing. "It belongs to the tithe lords, the men who buy a village's debt and sell it back at interest. They call it the half-moon. Looks like kindness. Isn't. Names?" Raven asked, having arrived without sound because kings learn from wolves when it's worth it. 3, Marin said. 2 old, 1 new. The new has a familiar stink. Quartermaster's cousin. Kyle swore softly, as if he didn't want to teach the children nearby the good ones. "So the circle's grip breaks and the half-moon slides into the space," he said. We cut a weed and the root smiles. Raven's eyes went to the pups, then to the children, then to me. "Then we stop gardening and change the soil," he said. "Burn the contracts. Pay the debt ourselves and make it cowardice to collect it again." "You'll be called a bleeding heart," Marin warned. "I've been called worse by better," he said. We set the council to the task before noon. Sarah unrolled maps. Kale sent runners to villages whose names tasted like frost and smoke. The scholar arrived with ink on his cheek and a stack of laws so old the dust came with opinions. We wrote a decree that said simply, "No one owns hunger. No one rents thirst." We named the half-moon and crossed it out on paper with a line so dark my wrist ached for an hour after. In the corner, Illa watched. Her face didn't change much, but her shoulders learned a new angle. The kind when the body realizes it might sleep with both eyes closed for once. "Your man will come," she said suddenly, as if the room had asked her for its fortune and she was too polite to refuse. "Which man?" I asked. "The one who left us," she said. "He didn't know what love was supposed to weigh. He'll come to see if we died so he doesn't have to. Men like him always come late to the right place." Raven looked at me with an honesty that had earned its scars. "If he comes," he said, "we'll show him the scale, and we'll teach him how to read it." By evening, the decree had been hammered to the gate with 3 clean blows. The sound carried along the stone and into the valley where sounds go when they want to become news. Messengers left in pairs. The ridge fires blinked like eyes agreeing. I took Illa to the balcony above the western yard where the wind likes to gossip and taught her the names of the mountains. Not the ones on maps, but the ones people use when they need a direction without a compass. The sleeping wolf, the widow's shoulder, the 3 brothers who can't agree. She said them after me with care. Ro woke and toddled into the doorway on legs that had not yet forgiven him for living. Ember abandoned dignity and lay on his back to receive the chaotic blessing of small hands. Ash remained serious, which is his way of disguising his joy until joy gets bored and shows itself anyway. Raven came quietly and leaned on the stone beside us. The sunset took its time, which was kind. He watched the children and then the horizon and then me. "We'll need more beds," he said. "We'll need more bread," I answered. He smiled, and the smile held. "We'll need more faith." "We have enough," I said. "We spend it and it returns." The bell in the West Tower tolled once, not alarm, not summons. We had begun using it for truths that didn't fit words. The sentry called down a single sentence afterward, just to be courteous. "A man at the gate," he said, barefoot in snow, carrying a rope with no goat. Ila's hand tightened in the fabric at my elbow. She did not tremble. "Told you," she said quietly. We went to the gate together. Raven, Kyle, Marin, Sarah with her ledger tucked like a shield. Me with nothing except the belief that mercy has more than one face. The man stood exactly where she had predicted, rope end in his fist like an apology. His hair was matted. His eyes were raw. His knees were bleeding from kneeling on ice without understanding that devotion does not require injury. When he saw Illa, something in his chest made a sound the world might have mistaken for an animal if it had not always been human. He went to his knees again. Not by choice this time, because the body remembered too suddenly everything it had taught itself to forget. "I am late," he said. "Yes," Illa answered, simple as a ledger and twice as heavy. He looked at Raven as if the power to bless and the power to punish lived in the same pair of hands. "What do I pay?" he asked. Raven's jaw worked. He looked at me. I said what the Winter Charter had taught my throat to say. "Water first," I told the sentry. Then questions. The cup was brought. The man drank. He cried. He apologized in words that did not fix the history, and did not pretend to. Ila listened the way a child learns arithmetic. Ro rolled a stone along the ground as if to measure the distance between then and now. Finally, the man raised his head. "Take me to your ledgers," he said, and I saw with relief that humility, once learned, had remembered a job. "Write my name beside what I owe. Then tell me what work needs doing that no one else wants." Kyle snorted approval. "The latrines need digging," he said helpfully. The man nodded with a gratitude that would have made gods weep if they had any decency left. "Good. I am good at holes." We wrote his name. We wrote begins with a shovel. We did not write forgiven, because forgiveness is not a word you set down once and display like silver. It is a verb you perform until the body can do it on habit. Ila watched every letter. Ro fell asleep on Ash's shoulder. Ember yawned an opinion so large it became policy. That night, when the fortress slept with fewer bad dreams, I stood again at the balcony that faces the ridge. The fires out there blinked a grateful code. The ice bridge sang a note like hope finding a key. The moonwell, far away and inside me, hummed that counter melody it prefers whenever balance takes a step back toward its center. Raven wrapped his cloak around both our shoulders and didn't pretend it was only for warmth. "We found them," he said. "We were found by them," I answered. He considered that, and the considering was more beautiful than agreement. "Tomorrow," he said softly, "we go to Bram and announce the debt decree ourselves. Not with banners, with bread. Bread travels farther than trumpets," I said. He drew a slow breath. "And after that, the Tithe Lords. The half moon." "Yes," I said. "We break their circle without becoming a circle." "Balance," he murmured, like a promise to his own mouth. Below us, on the flagstones of the western yard, Ila and Ro slept under the eye of the brazier, and the careful indifference of 3 guards pretending not to exchange jokes. Kale argued with a cook about whether stew should be salted before or after the potatoes. Elder Marin wrote in the nighttime ledger that lives had entered and none had left. Sarah tucked the decree under a stone so the wind could not correct our grammar. Ash lifted his head to look at the moon, and then decided the moon could look at him this time. Ember chased a dream in which he was bravery and tale, all at once. The night asked its question. We answered with names, with bread, with a rope that had finally been put down. We answered with a cradle emptied the right way. We answered with tracks in silver snow that led forward, not back. And somewhere beyond the ridge, where the wind wears a different accent, a man with a broken crescent brand on his belt felt, for the first time, the cost of what he had sold and the riches of what he might yet buy if he learned another currency. He turned toward us without understanding why. He started to walk. The bell did not ring. It didn't have to. We were already awake. Morning found the fortress smelling of yeast and resolve. The bakers had risen before the lamps died, elbow deep in dough that remembered better years and intended to make this one join them. Loaves cooled on racks like small suns. Steam stitched the air. A girl with flour up to her wrists hummed the hymn the scholar had found, and even the oven seemed to listen. Raven insisted on carrying baskets himself. Kale tried to object on principle. It is a beta's sacred duty to pretend the king has never seen weight. But the look Raven gave him cut the argument down to good humor. If we bring a decree, Raven said, settling a stack on his arm, it should come with its own proof. Thus, Kyle declared grandly, we restore the ancient ritual of the royal loaf. He bit into a heel cooling on a windowsill and yelped when the baker swatted his wrist without looking up. And thus we learn humility, he amended, mouth full. Sarah tucked copies of the decree into an oilskin tube and tied it with rawhide, then checked it twice as if Rain would take advantage of negligence. Elder Marin pressed a sealed letter into my hand. For the Bram Miller, she said. His wife was a friend to me when friendship was considered a crime. Tell him that now it is a license. Hila insisted on walking, not riding. She had slept with one hand on Ro's back as if to remind life where it belonged. Now she held the basket's handle like a ceremony. Ro toddled between Ash and Ember, who alternated between dignified escort and chaotic uncles depending on the availability of sticks. The road to Bram bent around the shoulder of a hill the color of straw in winter, then cut through a thicket of hazel that still carried empty husks, as if reluctant to surrender. We met people on the path, farmers, charcoal burners, an old woman with a bundle of kindling and a posture that insisted she would carry the whole forest if it refused to move aside. They stepped off the track not because a king approached, but because a small procession carrying bread never needs to be explained. At the village edge, the mill wheel turned steady and slow, lifting water into air in ragged sheets that looked like prayer torn from a book and made useful. The new mill had the proportions of something built by hands learning as they went, shorter than pride, longer than patience. Children had scratched their initials into the lintel the way wolves mark trees. The letters looked defiant and crooked and perfect. The miller stood with both hands in his belt, as if anchoring himself. His beard had not decided whether to be gray or honest. His wife had flour on her cheek and a measuring cup in her fist, the handle polished by a decade of hunger. When they saw Raven, they flinched as if prepared to be counted and found wanting. Water first, Raven said, and nodded toward the bucket at the door. The miller's mouth twitched into a smile that startled his eyes. He offered the dipper. Raven drank, then handed it to me. I drank too. Ceremony is only as good as the people willing to share it. When the cup came back, Ro put both hands on it and tried to lift it without any water left in it, which satisfied his dignity if not his thirst. Sarah unrolled the decree on the village green. The parchment shone like a blade that intended to cut only rope. People gathered in a slow circle, the speed of those who have learned to make certain kinds of news come to them. A few crossers from the hills stood at the edge, hands tucked in sleeves, faces schooled into neutrality so they wouldn't be punished for their interest by the habit of pain. Read, an old man said, and arranged his face into the particular rudeness that guards against hope. Sarah cleared her throat. Her voice carried without force. By order of the Winter Charter, she read, the Crown declares the half-moon contract void across all valleys under our protection. No tithe will be collected in excess of what a village can pay without hunger. No debt will be bought or sold. No child will be used as security for grain. If any merchant claims otherwise, present them at the gate. We will feed them water and law in equal measure. The words did not break the air. They sat down in it, heavy with intent. Bread, Raven said, and we passed baskets through the crowd. Old hands, young hands, hands that shook, hands calloused to the texture of survival, A boy bit into a crust, and his eyes went wide the way eyes do when memory meets its own childhood. A woman broke her loaf and pushed the larger piece into the palms of the child at her hip without any performance of sacrifice. Ela watched as if memorizing the choreography of ordinary love. A man in a coat trimmed with rabbit fur stepped forward, tapping a ledger against his thigh with the boredom of functionaries. His hair had been oiled into courage. His smile was reasonable. "A fine speech," he said. "And yet the half moon has its own ink. This village signed. We collected grain on behalf of your quartermaster himself." Cale's spear twitched toward the ledger with a politeness that carried teeth. "Names," he said. "Write yours first." The man hesitated a fraction too long. "I am an agent," he said. "I act for men whose signatures carry more weight." "Weight is exactly the trouble," I said. "You've been measuring lives like flour." I took Elder Marin's letter to the miller and pressed it into his palm. His wife read it while he tried not to. Her face changed, fierce, then wet, then careful. She folded the paper and tucked it into the bodice of her dress as if friendship needed armor. "By this decree," Sarah continued, her tone like the click of a latch, "you will hand over your ledger now. You will receive a receipt acknowledging the end of your employment with the Half Moon. If anyone forces you to continue, bring their name and your fear to the gate. Fear will be accepted. Names will be investigated." The man tried laughter. It came out as a cough in a theater with bad acoustics. "And if I refuse?" "Then you will be escorted to the council," Raven said, not unkind. "Fed, heard, and employed to carry our ledgers instead, with twice the pay and half the shame. Or jailed," he added, almost as an afterthought, "if you insist on learning slowly." Something in the man's posture admitted that he had not prepared for mercy to be more frightening than punishment. He thrust the ledger at Sarah as if angry with his own hands for betraying him. "It's not as if the entries will unhappen," he muttered. "No," I said softly, taking the book. "But we can make them stop happening again." We did not burn the ledger on the green. Cale wanted to. He even produced a flint with the flourish of a magician, but I closed the book and set it in my satchel. "We archive," I said, "so no one can call us liars when we testify." The old man who had demanded the reading harumphed, rearranging his face reluctantly into something almost like approval. "Words," he said. "Always more words." "Bread," Raven said again, "because the best answer to cynicism is carbohydrates." He looked past the villagers to the hill, where the wheel threw sun and spray. "We need lumber," he said to the miller, "to build beds and mend roofs. You'll get payment in salt and iron. The kind you can't eat, the kind that makes eating possible." The miller blinked slowly, as men do when the body wishes to kneel, and the knees have forgotten how. His wife recovered faster. "We'll send the first load by dusk," she said. "But the axle has a crack." She thumped her measuring cup against her hand, thinking. "It can hold for a day or two. After that, it learns how to break like a habit. Then we fix it today," Raven said. "Kyle." "I'll fetch a smith and a stubborn miracle," Kyle said, already moving. "Sarah with me? We'll draft a work gang and 3 grandmothers. The wheel will fear their eyes." Ila tugged my sleeve. "Can we help?" "Yes," I said. "We can write names while their hands are busy." She lifted her chin with that particular dignity survival teaches, and moved to a small table Sarah had set up under a hornbeam. Roe, armed with a tiny slate and a nub of chalk, copied her every gesture with ruinous accuracy. The pups sprawled under the table like 2 furry footstools with pride. We spent the afternoon lying to despair by demonstrating better math. 20 men and 5 women and 3 grandmothers, Cale hadn't been wrong, rotated the wheel by hand, while the smith fitted a collar of iron around the cracked axle. Children fetched water. I bound a cut on a boy's palm with comfrey and gossip. Elder Marin arrived an hour in, set 2 crates of nails on the green, and made village leaders argue in circles until they arrived at consensus purely to escape her patience. Raven learned to wedge his shoulder into the rib of a wheel, in a way that made the entire structure pretend to be lighter. He did not give orders except when a shouted word kept someone's hand out of a pinch point. He listened to the mill sing and then sang back a counter rhythm until the whole machine remembered it was a body, not a rumor of one. When the wheel took its first test turn with the collar biting clean into wood, a cheer went up that did not sound like victory. It sounded like relief that had learned melody. The spray caught the sun and threw it back without asking for interest. The agent of the half moon watched from the shade, his ledger hand twitching. Sarah caught his eye, then pointed at the nail crates with a casualty of kindness that took the sting out of being conscripted. He lifted wood like a man disappointed to discover he has a back made for this after all. You can feel the moment a village stops waiting and begins. It is a quiver along the rope that holds a community to its work. It is a laugh that dares too loud. It is a grandmother removing her scarf and tying it around the waist of a boy who no longer deserves to be cold. By dusk, the first cart of milled planks rolled toward the fortress, with a driver who had been skeptical at noon and now hummed under his breath. We walked alongside, not because we distrusted the wheels, but because company makes distance behave. Halfway home, the road narrowed between two stands of pine and a slice of rock where the hill had tried to shrug us off. Cale lifted his hand. The air collected itself, then held still. Raven's eyes shifted, gold flickering like a coin turned in fingers. Ambush, Cale said conversationally, unimaginative, but classic. The attack came from both sides, the way taxes do. Men in patched leather with scarves across their mouths and hard hope in their posture stepped from the trees, blades low and tired. Not Circle, not Darris's people. The half-moon's collectors, debts with fingers. Leave the cart, one of them said, not bothering with threat. Take your lives. No, Raven said mildly. The collector squinted. No, that's the one, Cale agreed, cheerful as ever. Short word, long concept. They rushed us because hunger is brave until it collides with refusal that doesn't snarl. Cale turned one man's blade with the flat of his spear and tapped his shoulder in the same motion, a mark that said you're done more kindly than a broken arm. Sarah darted forward and tied a scarf around another's wrist with a knot that only librarians know. The Pups became a philosophy of ankles. I stepped into a slash and let it cut my cloak so the man would see that the garment mattered less than the person wearing it. Elder Marin did something with her cane that will be taught for years, in the sort of schools where the first lesson is, don't underestimate grandmothers. Raven never drew his sword. He moved through them like weather. When he touched a man's forearm, the hand stopped wanting the knife it held. When he looked at the one with the dead alley eyes, the eyes blinked as if dust had finally been evacuated. No one died, two wept. One fell to his knees and tried to tie his own wrists, which is not how law works. But sometimes the body wants to confess to gravity. Names, Sarah panted. Quill already out as Cale trussed the last pair with strips torn from the half-moon agent's coat. He did not protest. At some point, the day had stolen his loyalty. Villages, masters, who took your coin and turned it into our problem? The man with the dead alley eyes spoke as if relieved to be told to talk. 3 tithe houses, he said. River Quarter, North Farm, Cold Hollow. Same mark in the ledger each time. A half crescent burned in the margin when payment came on time. A full crescent cut if it didn't. They don't break legs. They break futures. Raven's voice was low enough to make pine needles think about growing twice. Where is the head? The man lifted his chin toward the east, toward the hills that crouched like old regrets. At Hearthold, he said. The old watch keep the circle abandoned when the snow got prouder than the men sent to die in it. The half-moon made it an office, Cale whistled. A fortress with ledgers instead of lances. My favorite kind of siege. He looked at Raven. Tomorrow? Tonight, I said before Raven could, and the corner of his mouth confessed agreement. We sent the cart on with a doubled guard, and a grandmother seated atop the planks like a queen who had decided to accept tribute. The captured men walked with us, hands bound in front because humiliation is not part of justice when it can be avoided. Sarah peeled a copy of the decree from her tube and tucked it into the breast of the man with the dead alley eyes. Read it to the others, she said. Use your good voice. At the west gate, Illa and Ro waited with a bowl of stew each and identical expressions of wobbly certainty. You're late, Illa said, but the edges of her mouth had given up and turned up. We found a few surprises, I said. Ro offered a spoon to Ember, who obligingly licked it once and looked faintly betrayed when the stew did not taste like glory. We did not sleep immediately. We spread maps on the council table and set stones on Hearthold's jagged outline, while outside the looms of Bram's first lumber load clacked into the carpenter's sheds. Elder Marin labeled our prisoners not with numbers, but with the villages that would be asked to choose what should be done with them. The scholar brought in a ledger so old it apologized when it opened, and traced the transfer of the old watch to the circle with a finger that trembled and then steadied when it reached the blank years where greed wrote in pencil. Hearthold, Raven said, tapping the map. 1 gate. 2 towers. A keep with a cellar that remembers its time as a tomb. A road too narrow to bring a ram, Cale grinned. We don't need a ram. We need words sharp enough to cut rope. We need both, I said. One for those who will listen. The other for the door. Raven's eyes warmed. Then we pack both, he said. We assembled. A small party again. Speed and silence over spectacle. Cale with a coil of rope and the particular kind of confidence people accuse him of only because they don't know how hard he works to earn it. Sarah with law rolled in oilskin and maps memorized until she could walk them with her eyes. Elder Marin because she refused not to. 2 scouts who knew how to travel a mile without teaching the snow that feet exist. The Pups because fate had stopped arguing with their attendants. Ela because stubbornness in small boots can be persuasive. And me because healing arrives faster when it knows where harm intends to be. Raven went last through the gate. The way kings do when they want the knight to understand manners. Hearthold rose from the ridge like a knuckle. The towers were uneven, one tall, one taller, as if competing in a pettier war than ours. The half-moon flag hung at half-staff not because of mourning, but because no one had bothered to remember whole measures. A string of lanterns marked the outer wall in a curve of busy, frightened light. The gate had been reclad with new boards over old iron and slogans carved by soldiers long dead. Hold until dawn and save the last arrow and tell my brother I took his boots. We did not announce ourselves with horns. We set the breadbasket beneath the torch sconce where a sentry could see it and choose a better story. Sarah tied the decree to the handle with a ribbon from her own hair because legality and tenderness have always been cousins. Cale kicked the post once. Not a challenge. Just enough of a knock to teach the wood we were polite. Who? A voice called from the parapet, brittle with sleep and shame. Your creditors, Cale said cheerfully. Sarah elbowed him so hard he lost half a step. Your solution, she amended. Raven stepped into the torchlight. The sentry's silhouette straightened like a piece of wire deciding to be a rod. The door latch lifted halfway, then remembered pride and stopped. A smaller door within the larger eased open. The emissary of the half-moon stepped out, coat lined with fur that had been bought with teeth. His face was handsomer than his ledger. He carried no weapon except the habit of believing he wouldn't need one. You come at night, he observed. How appropriate. We come with bread, Raven said. How dangerous, the emissary smiled. It was elegant and sadistic and tired. You cannot cancel debt with baked goods and law written by hearts. No, I said. We cancel it with power that remembers what it is for. He looked at me, catalogued, set me aside as a complication to be priced later. You are new to this, he told Raven. You think mercy scales. It does if you teach it to climb, Raven said. Open the gate. The emissary tilted his head. Or what? Or we audit you, Sarah said, and unrolled the decree with a snap, like a banner that had learned letters. Elder Marin set a stool in the road and sat, as if prepared to wait for stubbornness to become hungry. Cale examined his rope and looked at the battlements with a professional interest in roofs. Ash trotted forward, placed both paws on the lowest gate plank, and looked up with the patient authority of a judge. Ember sneezed. Ela stood with her chin up and her hands in her pockets, an entire childhood at her back and a decree in her future. Ro yawned a little yawn that melted 2 uniforms on the wall into almost smiles, before they remembered the rate at which they were paid not to do that. Open, Raven said again, not louder, or you will learn the cost of collecting what you never earned. The emissary weighed pride against arithmetic and lost to math. The gate opened wide enough for us to slip in, and for a different world to follow. The courtyard smelled of ink and damp wool and the ghosts of old garrison stew. Ledgers lined tables in ranks, half-filled, quarter-truths. Young men with cold fingers and richer uncles tallied grain as if those numbers could be eaten. In the keep, a door stood shut with a lock heavy enough to pretend it had ethics. Sarah walked to the nearest ledger and thumped down our decree on top of it with lover's care. Stop, she said to the clerks, and breathe. One of them obeyed so hard he choked. She handed him water and began to read. Kale and the scouts peeled toward the keep. The emissary moved to block them and found Raven instead. They regarded one another. Two stories that had survived different winters. "You think you can starve us," the emissary said. "And that would be just..." "No," Raven said. "I think I can hire you, because this work needs doing by people who already know where the bodies aren't buried. You can use your lists to undo what they've done. Or," he added, "you can refuse and spend the winter teaching your hands how to knit in a cell." The emissary's mouth quirked against his will. "You came to conquer a keep and offer jobs." "I came to end a mistake without making another," Raven said. Elder Marin tapped her cane against the flagstones. "And I came to supervise your paperwork until it weeps," she added pleasantly. The lock on the keep door resisted Kale exactly twice. The third time it remembered that objects serve people and not the reverse. The cellar smelled like mold and old vows. Inside were chests of contracts wrapped in oilcloth like bread packed for an unkind journey. We carried them into the courtyard. The emissary looked at them and flinched the way a man flinches when love letters he wrote as a boy resurface with spelling errors. Sarah opened the first chest. The half-moon glared up at us in neat columns. She set the decree alongside, ink inches from ink, and began the slow violence of crossing things out. People will tell you justice is thunder. Often it is this: a woman with steady hands, a copy of the law, and no interest in spectacle. We did not burn the contracts. Not yet. We stamped them, page by page, with a mark Sarah invented on the spot, a full moon over a well, so that anyone holding one would know it could not bite. We gave each clerk a stamp and a bowl of stew, and taught them the rhythm until even their wrists believed in it. The emissary took a stamp last. He pressed the first circle too hard and split the paper. Elder Marin murmured, "Gentler," and he obeyed. At dawn, Hearthold, once a watchtower, then a tax office, now something else, smelled like soup and ink. The flag came down. A new banner went up. Not our crest, not yet. A white cloth only, the kind children used to play tent in a yard with more imagination than furniture. It snapped once in the bright cold. Raven turned to me. Snow dusted his hair into pretense. The sun found the gold under his skin and could not make it look arrogant. "Bread before trumpets," he said. "Yes," I answered. "Let them eat the news." He looked around the courtyard, at clerks stamping circles over half-moons, at a grandmother lecturing a guard about posture, at Kale laughing with a boy who had never before been paid to do anything he could later be proud of. He looked up at the towers as if remembering what they were for, and what they would no longer be allowed to do. Then he looked at the gate. Beyond it, the road ran down toward Bram. Farther toward Crossers Camp's Darris kept stubborn and alive. Farther still to villages whose names would take a lifetime to pronounce with proper respect. "Next?" I asked. He listened, the habit that saved us more often than swords. The world answered with many voices: wheels, hymn, snow, hunger learning new arithmetic. And under it, something deeper, the hum of a balance moving by inches toward the center. "East," he said, "the last of the tithe houses. Then north, then wherever someone has learned to hide pain in a ledger." "And the circle?" Kale asked softly, good humor thinning at the edges. Raven's eyes went to the horizon where law and history tend to argue about their parents. "They'll come," he said. "But when they do, they'll find a kingdom that knows how to bake." We left Hearthold with half its workers hired, the other half confused into decency, and the rest already writing letters to cousins in other valleys to begin ending their own mistakes. The emissary walked beside us, quiet. At the ridge he stopped. "I have a name," he said, as if trying one on for the first time. He gave it. It was a good name, sturdy and unfashionable. "When they come for me, and they will, tell them I worked for your ledgers now." He paused. "And tell them I could stamp all night." "We will," Sarah promised, and meant it. Back at the fortress, the west bell chimed once for truth. Ela and Ro ran to meet us, legs reckless and certain. The pups met them halfway, and the four of them collided into a nod of joy that made the stones consider smiling. We had not won a war. We had not written the last law. We had not ended hunger. But in one day the wheel turned smoother. A cradle had found a future. A ledger learned how to confess. A keep remembered service. And a kingdom ate news with butter and salt. That night I stood again on the balcony and watched the ridge fires blink. The moonwell inside me hummed its countersong, and for one breath I was certain the world, despite its history, wanted to be well. Raven came to stand beside me. We did not speak for a long while. The quiet wasn't a pause between storms. It was the weather a people make when they decide to live. "Tomorrow," he said at last. "Tomorrow," I agreed, and the kingdom, as if exhausted and grateful, slept. By morning, the white banner above Hearthold had learned how to speak wind. It did not boast. It did not accuse. It did not remember wrongs for the pleasure of tasting them again. It simply moved, full when the gust came, slack when it passed. Like a lung that had decided to keep breathing even after the body had lost its reasons and found them anew. News travels fast where hunger has been replaced with bread. Faster still where shame has been replaced with work. The ridge fires blinked all night and into dawn, calling villages by their old names, their nicknames, the private titles lovers had whispered into each other's hair when the circle forbade public joy. By the time Raven called council in the high hall, the dais had become a door, and people stepped through. Kale, amused by logistics the way some men are amused by danger, had to stand soldiers along the walls not to keep anyone out, but to keep the excitement from tipping the room into festival. Sarah laid out copies of the decree with the reverence of a midwife arranging linens for birth. Elder Marin sharpened a goose quill with a knife that had seen more bargains than blood, and set an ink pot squarely in front of the seat she'd claimed, as if to warn anyone considering speeches that the recorder of such things would be both fair and relentless. Ela perched beside the ledger table, Ro asleep against her arm, his breathing the most honest opinion in the room. The pups lay like two commas at my feet, Ash vigilant, Ember pretending to nap and failing because the tails of young wolves cannot keep secrets. From the villages came elders stiff with caution and millers smelling of wet grain. From the camps came crossers with their quiet dignity, and Daris with winter in the set of her jaw. From the keep came 3 clerks with ink-stained fingers and a miracle. One of them had arrived already smiling, as if the night had pushed something heavy off his chest while he slept. The last to enter was a man who wore the king's crest on his shoulder like a question. Quartermaster Veros did not bow. He did not scowl. He removed his gloves with the careful calm of someone who has survived longer than others by not letting his face get ahead of his thoughts. The room noticed and pretended not to. Raven did not sit. He leaned both hands on the table and listened, first to the room, then to the world beyond it. When he finally spoke, his voice carried the grain of wood that has been sanded by use, smooth, but not deceitful. "The circle will hear what we did at Hearthold," he said. "If they are wise, they will pretend not to. If they are foolish, they will come to correct our lesson. Either way, we will live like people who deserve peace, not like people bargaining for it." "Peace requires law," Varos said conversationally, as if commenting on weather. "And law requires coffers. Bread is noble. Armies eat more." He did not sneer at the bread baskets lining the back wall, though I saw his eyes account for them. He did not glance at the white flag, though I felt him notice it the way a man notices a new star and immediately wonders what it will do to his calendars. "The coffers will be filled," Raven said, "but not with despair. Tax with a scale, not a blade. Collect what can be paid without emptying the cradle." "And when famine comes?" Varos asked, too quickly to have invented the worry on the spot. "When the north freezes a week early and the lambs drop dead in their pens and men go to the river and come back with rope instead of fish?" "Then the coffers open first," Sarah said. "By charter." She tapped the parchment. "And the quartermaster brings his ledgers to the kitchens and learns how to count bowls." There was an almost smile in Varos's eyes that did not reach his mouth. He did not dislike her. He did not like this rearrangement of rooms. Daris stepped forward as a gust found the banner, and the room inhaled with it. She had brushed her hair with fingers in respect. The bow was still slung over her shoulder, string unstrung to show she had come for argument, not sport. "Your decree is good," she said to Raven, flat and honest. The half-moon will starve without debt to eat. But we have another hunger, a kind that does not end at the gate. A name! A name? Cale prompted, eyebrows lifting into mischief. For the cloth, Darris said, chin tilting toward the white flag. You took down the circle's mark. You did not raise the old crest. You put up a blank that says the wind will decide. Wind is an excellent king until the snow arrives. What are we called now? If a child asks me in the camp why we trust this fortress, what do I tell her? That we kneel to linen? That we belong to a blank? I need a word that won't break in her mouth. The room murmured with a sound that had waited a long time to be asked for. Even Varos angled his head as if to better hear the syllable he would later write into requisitions. Raven looked at the white. It looked back without telling him what to do. He looked at me. I did not give him an answer. He did not want one from me. He wanted his own, and the room wanted to hear him find it. We are not the circle, he said, finally, evenly. We are not the crest that came before it. We are not a crown with a room attached. We are not wolves only. We are not human only. We are the people between the rivers and the ridges, the keepers of the moonwell and the makers of our bread. We are, he paused, something under his skin, that gold that had once been curse and now was a kind of compass, brightened and then calmed. We are the even star. Sarah's quill froze, then flew. Elder Marin did not show surprise. She never did. Darris rolled the name in her mouth and nodded once with the authority of a judge sentencing a man to live. The clerks whispered it to each other like a spell that did not bruise. Varos allowed the smallest exhale of something that might have been relief, that his ledgers would not need so many lines crossed out. Kyle grinned outright. Even star, he said. I can put that on a banner without insulting my own eyes. It's poetic, an elder said cautiously, as if anticipating criticism from the practical. It's true, I said, and the room did the small shifting that happens when a word sits down where it belongs, and the furniture realizes it can stop trying to look. Taller, the white banner remained, a clean field, for a name to stand on until the cloth workers could stitch the new device. We argued symbols long enough to become hungry again, then agreed on mercy. Not a wolf's head, not a crown, a circle broken at the bottom, a single star set in the gap, and beneath it 3 lines like water for the wells that never refused us, and the rivers that taught us how to cross even when the ice lied. Raise it when it's ready, Raven said, but leave this one now. Let the wind practice speaking our name without help. The crossers went first to the kitchens because the wise do. The elders followed because they had already learned the price of going proud to a long day. Varos lingered. He and Raven regarded one another like 2 maps debating a river. My cousin did not send the half-moon to Bram, Varos said, each word selected from a larger pile with care. He is foolish, but not a traitor. No, Raven agreed. He is careless with men who are careful with hunger. Find the chain and cut it before I have to. Varos's eyes moved once, a flicker toward the door as if it had tried to rescue him. He inclined his head. If I cut it, will you sharpen the knife or leave me to dull it on bone? I will hand you 3, Raven said, and teach you how to keep them clean. Varos left with the air of a man who had just been drafted into his better self. The room emptied. The hall, which had been a festival, learned how to be a loom again. Sarah stacked the decrees. Elder Marin counted chairs that would be needed for a town meeting on the morrow, and somehow made the number sound like a blessing. Ela woke Ro with a patience I envied. The pups rose in mirror stretches, 2 halves of a yawn. I followed Raven to the balcony that faced west. Even star. The word hummed in my chest with the moonwell's lower note beneath. The harmony a promise rather than a threat. He leaned on the stone the way men do when they were once made of nothing else. Snow wandered the air in 6-pointed thought. Far below, carpenters knocked new beds together with the particular rhythm of hope disguised as work. What did you hear? I asked him. When? He didn't look away from the mountains. When the name came. He considered telling me it had simply presented itself, then did not insult me. The river, he said. The way it shines where it breaks. The pause before dawn. The light that does not belong to the day and not to the night either, and yet both claim it. The hum you carry, you. The last word fell low and steady, not a confession, just a line of the truth that had been agreed upon hours ago and did not need witnesses to be valid. The even star is a promise, I said, not a boast. "It is a direction," he said, and the way his mouth shaped the word made the wind consider listening. We did not get to sit in that comfortable quiet long. Cale's boots announced him in the doorway like a drum with laughter folded into it. "Guests," he said, not solemn. We turned. 2 men waited behind him, hats in hands, the posture of people who were used to giving bad news to rooms that would shoot the messenger for sport, and were relieved to find themselves in a different play. Their coats were patched but clean. Around their necks hung wooden discs, each carved with a circle broken at the bottom. Not ours yet. The half moon, only these were different. The gap had been widened into a mouth, and someone had burned a small star in it. "South Road Tithe," the taller said, voice hoarse, "or what's left of it. We heard you canceled our work. We would like to stop doing it." "Accepted," Sarah said, before any king could. "What did you bring?" They set 2 ledgers down like a pair of sick children and then, shamefaced, a money box. "This is theirs," the shorter said. "We won't bring you coin taken wrong." "Put it toward rope and salt," Raven said. "You work for us now if you can read without lying to your mouth." "Can you?" They nodded, startled to be asked a question that measured skill instead of forgiveness. Elder Marin placed quills in their hands as if she had known they would arrive. Ela watched the star carved in their old sign and smiled with a satisfaction so precise it made my ribs ache. The day lengthened. We planned the North Road. We sent letters into corners where letters rarely go. We braided sled lines because the snow had begun to speak in a dialect that means storms. The carpenters sang a song from the low valleys that teaches boards how to become beds. Someone planted onions in a raised box beneath the kitchen windows, because the cook had decided spring should not be permitted to delay flavor. At dusk, a message arrived on a horse that had not yet decided whether to forgive the rider for the pace. The seal was the circles, wax blue as ice, stamped with a wheel surrounded by thorns. Varos broke it with a thumbnail and read with the face of a man trying not to fight the paper. He passed it to Raven. He passed it to me without asking whether I wanted to be the sort of woman who read declarations of intent to discipline her people. To the keepers of the Western Stronghold, it began. As if a place could rule itself, you mistake charity for law. You will return seized ledgers to their owners. You will cease interference with crown-contracted tithes. You will send the pretender who calls himself Alpha to kneel in the hall where he once learned manners and report how he lost them. The rest was threat with good penmanship. It did not terrify, it bored. It informed us that a magistrate would arrive within a fortnight to observe and to take corrective action. It warned of the circles. Write to quarter soldiers in any hall of any subject, who could not dazzle with loyalty. It asked for nothing it did not also insult. It underestimated us even in its synonyms. Do we answer? Cale asked, yawning wider than the letter. Yes, Raven said, with beds for the magistrate's soldiers, new, warm, and stew, and a public reading of our charter the hour he enters the gate. And a flag, Darris added from the doorway, as if she had been standing there a while and had waited for the stage cue. One with a name, Sarah chewed her lip. We will need to persuade the elders who still like the weight of the old crest on their collars. They will accuse us of erasing their youth. Then we will hang the old crest in the hall with honors, Elder Marin said briskly, and write beneath it the names of the dead and the names of the children who will not be. That way memory can touch gratitude without losing a finger. The wind rose. Snow thickened. The ridge fires blurred into a line of beads, then into a smear. Someone began to play a fiddle in the kitchens, the kind of tune that makes a body forget it has edges long enough to eat and sing. Ela tugged the hem of my tunic. When the man with the blue wax comes, she said, will he be cold? Yes, I said. Then give him bread, she answered matter-of-factly, and sat back down to help Sarah stack parchments. The pups flopped with a synchronized groan beside her, as if they too had solved a piece of statecraft. Night fell hard and soft. We lit braziers along the inner yard and closed the outer shutters against weather that preferred cruelty to neutrality. In the chapel off the east, corridor, a room that had belonged to a goddess, once and now belonged to anyone who needed to talk to air, we set the white banner across the long table and began to stitch the even star, with thread that had survived better weddings and worse. Winters, I am not a seamstress. My stitches wander. Sarah's were small and angry. Elder Marin's were exact and full of ends properly knotted. the way she does everything. Darius learned the rhythm quickly and handed the needle on with the gruff tenderness of a woman who has made a shelter out of her own back too many nights to count. Hila's tiny hands took over where mine had made a mess, and Ro contributed a length of blue yarn he found by magic and insisted be used. Because the star should sleep under sky, we worked until the lamps guttered and our fingers protested and the cloth looked less like an argument and more like a symbol. When we were done, we did not raise it yet. We spread it on benches to let the thread calm. We slept a little and badly. Morning came in a white wall. Snow had decided to audition for Myth. The courtyard filled mid-drift and emptied again with laughter. Soldiers shoveled in teams of 2, while children darted between them, going to fetch nothing and coming back with stories. The baker walked through the storm with a tray balanced on his shoulder like a musician, and the loaves did not fall. The carpenter line continued, slower, singing louder to compensate. The bell tolled once, content. We carried the banner out under the snow because symbolism is not harmed by cold. It is often improved by it. The pole had been sanded smooth by a boy who stuttered when he spoke and sang when he worked. Raven took the lower end. Darius took the mid. I took the sleeve and guided it over. Sarah knotted the halyard. Kale told a joke I did not catch, but which caused one of the scouts to try not to grin for a full minute and fail heroically. "Ready?" Raven asked. The wind answered by stripping his hair across his forehead, and then apologizing by stilling. We raised it. The cloth climbed as if it knew the way, hesitated at the pulley as all new things do, then leapt the inch that made it true. The even star shuddered once and then lay full against the storm. The broken circle a promise, the star a vow, the 3 lines of water, a memory that would not permit droughts of the heart. The courtyard hummed. Not a cheer. Something deeper. The sound people make when the room they were born into finally remembers their shape. Varro stepped under the arch with snow in, his beard he hadn't noticed and a calm expression. He had learned from a harder teacher than me. He looked up, down at Raven, at the banner, at the small boy Ro trying to lick a snowflake from Ember's nose, at the soldiers who had forgotten to keep their posture closed, at the crossers who did not pretend not to smile, at the elders who found themselves nodding even as their collars fussed. "I have cut one chain," he said to Raven without preamble. The cousin had employed a cousin who had employed a man with tidy boots. I sent the tidy boots away and told the cousin to learn mud. He will cheat me again in time. I will be there earlier. Good, Raven said. Also, Varos added, as if this were part of the same report. The magistrate on the letter has a sister in North Farm. He will not want her to hear that he was unkind to bakers. Then feed him twice, Sarah said. Snow softened. Light found the banner and set the star alight without asking the sun for permission. The moon well in me answered with its low, deliberate note, and for a breath, the whole fortress stood on a frequency that felt like a hand at the back of every spine saying forward. We did not declare victory. We declared a market day. Stalls went up in the inner yard where the wind was gentler. Someone brewed cider so potent it made a man forgive his neighbor for a grievance so old, neither remembered it until the apology surprised them both. The Harthold ex-clerks bartered their skill at sums for scarves, and a grandmother told them she would teach them to knit if they promised to count stitches and think of ledgers less often. Darius traded arrows for a stack of storybooks salvaged from a burned school, and I watched her thumb the pages with a reverence that made me love anger more. Raven and I did not tour like monarchs. We walked in the crowd and let ourselves be claimed by small tasks. He lifted a barrel that had surrendered to ice. I dusted flour from a girl's sleeve and told her she looked like a storm. She grinned with 3 missing teeth in a pattern that should have been a crest. Kale tried to juggle apples and, failing at 3, succeeded at 2 with such flourish that he gained a pupil who would one day doubt all adult claims to competence. Toward afternoon, a boy from the north gate ran with a letter held above his head like a torch. He had the look of a child trying not to invent panic. He skidded to a stop in front of Raven, panting. "From the magistrate," he gasped. "He's a day early. Too much ambition. Not enough poetry." Raven took the letter and read the salutation aloud so the market could hear it, and the letter would learn shame. "To the self-styled Even Star," he read, and the crowd laughed, not kindly. He smiled and folded the paper shut without more. "Beds," he said. "Stew, law, and the banner." "And bread," Isla chimed in. as if correcting a wayward line in a hymn. "Especially bread," I said. The wind turned. The ridge fires to the east blinked twice. Messenger code for "We see your company and we are not afraid." We had a day to prepare, and 1,000 days of work waiting behind it. The circle would come with its syntax and its seals. We would answer with grammar we had invented in kitchens and courtyards, the kind that does not require kneeling to parse. Even star. The word held. It did not grow heavy in the mouth. It tasted like iron warmed in a smithy, like clean snow, like bread pulled from an oven and torn with a hand that knows not to waste heat. That night, after the children slept with wolves for pillows and elders argued softly about recipes that had kept them alive through worse, I stood at the balcony with Raven and watched the banner work. It did not tire. The star did not dim. The water lines did not fail to remember what had been promised. "You once said the curse takes what you hold too close," I murmured. He watched the flag and the valley, and perhaps his own hands. "It was true," he said, "until I learned to hold with the whole room. And now? Now the room holds me." We stood like that until the night forgot we were there. Snow hushed its own footsteps. The bell did not ring. It didn't need to. We were already awake. He came under a sky the color of boiled iron. Not a blizzard. Those at least are honest. This was a weather of intention. A hush that made trees listen to their bark and hooves think about missteps. The magistrate's column hove into view as a thin, neat line of blue and gray, 20 riders with cloaks trimmed in the circle's thorn stitch, 2 wagons, 1 standard. The standard bearer held the wheel and thorns high with the care of someone who does not want to drop his employment. We did not meet them at the gate with spears. We met them with steam. The kitchens sent out cauldrons the moment the scout's whistle trilled "company." Bread split to show its soft heart. Onion and bone gave the air a civility even politics must observe. Kale had the west yard swept of drift and sprinkled with grit. Elder Marin marched out 3 benches exactly there, exactly so, as if seating could prearrange the temper of a conversation. Sarah stationed herself by the new board that bore our charter and the half-moon decree in clean hand. Corners ribboned, as if we were the kind of people who could afford to be proud of paper. Raven did not wear a crown. He did not carry a sword. He stood beneath the even star with his hands bare and his posture telling the wind to behave. The pups flanked him, meticulous in their accidental ceremony. Ela clutched Rose's mittened fist and arranged her mouth into something that did not invite bullying. Daris slung her bow, string slack and visible, a declaration that she knew violence by its first name and did not need to shout it across courtyards. "Remember," Raven had said on the walls as the blue line shortened the distance between us. "Bread before trumpets, and if he brings a trumpet, feed the trumpeter." The magistrate was not a man who thought of music. He dismounted with a care that recalculated the ground, and handed his reins to a soldier without looking at the soldier's face. He was younger than the wax seal's arrogance had prepared me for. His hair sat primly upon his head like a law about to be amended. The nose wanted to be faithful. The mouth had learned caution. His eyes, gray like weather when it cannot commit, took us all in and wrote us down. He blinked once, at the banner, and wheeled his notes to a different column. "Magistrate Lothar," he announced to the heir, as if the heir were a clerk, "by authority of the Circle of Nine." "Welcome to Evenstar," Raven said, and the name made the magistrate's pen pause invisibly over its invisible page. He adjusted his gloves. "You style yourself a court." "We style ourselves," Sarah said crisply, "a people." "And your king?" Lothar asked, glancing without deference at Raven. "A man sworn to keep bread in bowels and wolves from throats," Kale said pleasantly. "He answers to his oaths and our law." Lothar's gaze moved to the charter, back to Raven, briefly to me, away. "Your letter declined to answer my letter," he said. "Consider this an opportunity to correct your discourtesy." Raven smiled the way men do who have been fed worse than insult and learned to thank the table anyway. "We answered," he said. "You will sleep in new beds. Your men will eat twice. We will read you the law we keep, and you will observe." "Observe and correct," Lothar said. "Observe," Sarah repeated, one eyebrow lifting, "and learn." Elder Marin thumped her cane once, the sound like a stamp on good vellum. "Sit," she said, and she said it in the voice women use to end storms at tables. Lothar sat. We practiced hospitality with a ferocity the circle does not understand. Stew was ladled without regard to crest. Slices of bread were placed in blue hands and gray hands, and the hands of soldiers who had expected to be fed grudges. The even star moved in the wind like a lung that intended to fill this body, whether or not the heart remembered to beat. I watched the magistrate take his first spoon. He did not want to. Some men consider admitting to hunger a weakness. But his mouth remembered the sister in North Farm that Veros had mentioned. The spoon paused, then went in. His face betrayed nothing outrageous, but the second spoon happened more quickly, and that was enough. Raven waited until bowls were half empty, and voices had begun the murmurs that comfort themselves. Then he lifted a copy of the Winter Charter. Not on a dais, not above anyone. On the cobble under the star. The parchment caught the light. The ink caught the air. By custom, he said. We read law aloud, so that ears can memorize what pride pretends to forget. Sarah stood beside him, finger on the lines in case the wind tried to jostle syntax. Elder Marin held a second copy in case the first attempted treachery and turned blank. Cale leaned his spear with the casual fondness of a man whose weapon is really his humor. Daris folded her arms and let the girl she might have been if no forest had taught her to live listen hard. Raven read. Not as a prophet, and not as a clerk, but as someone who believes sound can persuade stone to behave. Article by article. Bread before tithes, lodging before levy. In famine, the coffers open first. The life of a child shall not be used as security. Debt cannot be sold. The words were older than the circle, and newer than our breath. They lay over the yard like a blanket stitched by too many hands to pick. Out any single grandmother, Lothar, listened the way a mill listens to its own wheel, calculating whether the water is enough to keep turning without cracking. At clause 5, his mouth softened. At clause 9, his gloved fingers twitched, and I knew he was making a column for true. At clause 12, our clause, the one we had written last night with ink that smelled a little of tears, he blinked. Sarah read that one because she had earned it. If any contracted collector seizes more than a household can pay without hunger, the contract is void, and the collector is bound to labor until the meals he stole are repaid in bowls. A soldier in the back, face square and ears not, snorted before he could recall himself. Another elbowed him with the caution of men who want to keep both job and self-respect. Lothar's eyes slid to the observe part of his orders, and had to admit to themselves that observing could be nourishing. He lowered his spoon. You have no writ, he said, not unkindly. No circle seal. We have ours, Sarah said, tapping the even star embroidered into the corner. Signed yesterday, witnessed by 40, blessed by none. Blasphemy, someone whispered, delighted by the taste of the forbidden word. Independence, Elder Marin corrected, writing it down. Varro stepped forward then, as if he had been waiting for a moment in which his cleverness would be welcome and not in the way. He held 2 letters. Magistrate, he said. You know my office. He proffered the first letter. Circle wax, cousin's hand. This tells me to resist them. The second, his own, he kept. This tells me to stop doing that. Lothar's mouth almost smiled and didn't. And which will you obey? The one that will let me look my sister in the face when she asks me where the bread is, Veros said simply. And sometimes simplicity is a blade. Raven closed the charter. He did not make a speech. He picked up a loaf, broke it, offered half to Lothar and half to the nearest soldier, the square-faced one who had snorted. The soldier took it like a man who knows when to allow grace to be the most practical option. Now, Raven said, you'll see, Hearthold. We did not usher the magistrate along the clean path. Cale led him through the keep's old spine where the winter still had teeth. He brushed his gloved fingertips along stone that remembered men who died loyal to bad ideas. We crossed the courtyard that smelled like ink and stew, and the complicated relief of clerks repurposed. The emissary with a stamp looked up and did not flinch. He held up his hand, thumb and forefinger smudged black. We're at 67 ledgers, he said to Sarah, like a child reciting a memorized poem. And 3 boxes of contracts marked with full moons. 71, Sarah corrected gently. You forgot the box with mold, he grimaced. I tried. You did well, she said. Lothar touched one of the stamped pages. The paper did not bite. He turned it over. The back retained its dignity. He read an entry with the patience of a man who has once watched ice melt to save a bucket. What did you do with the coin already collected? He asked. Returned what had a name on it, Sarah said. Put the rest to soup and rope. Soup and rope, he repeated, and the corners of his mouth finally did something traitorous and human. He asked to see the prison. We took him. It had one man in it, the thief with the trembling left hand who had taken 3 loaves from the baker's 5 nights ago. He rose when we entered, fear trying to rehearse its speech. He stole bread, Cale said, so we made him make it. The air smelled like yeast investing in someone's future. The man's hands, bound for work not shame, moved instinctively to demonstrate the fold. Lothar watched the rhythm. He watched the color of a crust that had decided to take on the world. He nodded. Once, the way men do when their orders begin to get outvoted by what their eyes can respect. We brought him back to the yard. He stood beneath the even star again and looked up directly at it as if asking a question of a cloth. You asked me to observe, he said to Raven. I have. You asked me to learn. I am not your student. No, Raven agreed. You're your sister's brother. The magistrate did not flinch, which made me like him more. She is none of your concern, he said, tone cooler, fear disguised as law. Everyone who eats is my concern, Raven said. I've decided to live like that. It is exhausting, but so is everything else that matters. He gestured to the benches. Sit with us. Not above, not in front, with, Lothar considered. His men, seeing which way the air blew, had already started their second bowls. The square-faced soldier had acquired a pup's head in his lap, in flagrant violation of discipline and possibly heaven. Cale had discovered that 2 of the circle troopers were from the same village as a boy who now carried wood for our carpenters, and was pestering them with questions only a friendly nuisance can ask. Darius had coaxed one of the younger clerk's hands into the correct grip for a bow. The child had been killing quills all morning. Elder Marin had 4 names on a list that would become 10 meals for 10 households before sundown, if she had anything to say about it, which she did. The magistrate sat. He set his gloves and his seal and his distance on the bench beside him, and folded his hands as if entering a chapel. Proceed, he said. But now the word meant something like, show me how you intend to change me without shaming me for it. We proceeded. The council convened not in the high hall but in the yard, the sky our ceiling, so the wind could carry any sentence we were ashamed to have overheard. Sarah called the meeting to order with a bell that had not rung for punishment in 3 months. Elder Marin recited the purpose, to declare tithe houses void, to announce the integration of their clerks into Evenstar's civil rolls at fair pay, to schedule hearings for villages to settle accounts with the collectors who had harmed them without blood. She then looked at Lothar and, in a tone spare and not at all sweet, said, You may object when your objections improve the thing in question, not when they merely prove you can pronounce therefore. The first case was brought by the Bram miller's wife, measuring cup still in fist like a scepter. She presented a folded contract and a name. Sarah read. The clerk who had stamped the contract, his thumb still dirty, stood and faced the woman, hands open. She asked him, simple and terrifying, how many bowls? He hesitated. Not because he didn't know the number, but because it hurt. 60, he said. We took 60 meals from your family last winter. Return them, she said. I am, he answered, and pointed to the vats. I am on duty for 60 and more. The magistrate raised his hand, a schoolboy asking to speak. Sarah nodded. This sets precedent, he said. Work for restoration? You'll turn your civil roll into a kitchen. Good, Elder Marin said. It's where the law can smell its own usefulness. He almost smiled again. Your jest is recorded. It was a fact, she replied. If it made you laugh, all the better. We heard 4 more cases. One from a crosser who had pledged a winter's furs and been charged 3. A shepherd who had paid in lambs and been billed also in wool. An elder who had not been allowed to read the contract before placing his trembling X. None ended in stocks. Each ended in bowls and ledgers with the hard mercy of subtraction. Then Sarah called a matter that turned the yard quieter than law usually can. The debtor known as Joss, she read, bound his daughter's labor for 10 years to the half moon in exchange for seed and a new plow iron. The daughter is 12. There is a pitch of silence in which a city learns if it is a good one. We stood in it. She is here, Sarah said. The child stepped forward from the edge of the crowd as if from her own shadow. Brown braids, a dress that once belonged to a cousin and had survived a cousin's mischief. She looked at the magistrate because he held himself like the person who should be looked at when a room demands justice. He looked back and, to his credit, did not look away. Who holds the contract now? Sarah asked. The half moon, the emissary said, lifting a hand that shook. Held, he amended quickly. Held. Sarah set the contract on the table. She stamped it with the full moon. The blow rang loud. Null, she said. Joss's debt is recorded against our treasury and will be repaid by his work on public roads this spring. The child will work for no one for money until she is old enough to spit at fools. She already is, the child said, and the yard remembered how to exhale. Lothar's gray eyes had thinned to steel to withstand emotion in public. You overturn private contract with public will, he said. The Circle will call this theft. The Circle can call their own mothers parrots. Elder Marin snorted. We call it unsigning what should never have been written. He looked at Raven. How will you prevent abuse? A father pleased to be rid of a mouth might bring his child here and pretend to be rescued for the sake of avoiding debt. We know the difference between a performance and a plea, Raven said, and if we misjudge, we will fix it in the open, not hide it in a ledger. Show me the magistrate who has never erred, and I will show you a man who has never tried to save anyone but himself. Lothar did not answer. He did not need to. The wind moved the banner. The court moved to the next case. Law kept eating. Mercy kept washing its hands. At midday, Sarah called a recess to feed the bellies that justice had woken. The magistrate stood as if to walk away to think, and found himself intercepted by Illa, who offered him a heel of bread with all the gravitas a child can muster when she decides to embarrass no one. He took it. He looked down at her. You again, he said, as if she had been haunting his paperwork for years. Bread before trumpets, she instructed. Even for men with blue wax, he chewed. He surrendered to the simple economy of acceptance. He swallowed. Even for them, he conceded, and Illa, satisfied, turned to chase roe and ember around the legs of a soldier who had forgotten he was supposed to stand still. In the afternoon, the magistrate asked to speak. Sarah lifted her chin, all procedural courtesy and knives. The floor recognizes the Circle's observer. He did not speak law. He spoke a letter. My sister writes. He began, and the gray of his voice warmed by a degree I would have called hope if I were unprofessional. She says the winter in North Farm took their last cow. She says the children have learned to eat slowly to trick the body. She says, he stopped. The mouth had to reorder its alliance with dignity. She says the new decree reached them. The collector returned 2 sacks of grain and an apology. She did not believe men knew how to do that anymore. He folded the letter. He set it down with care a man reserves for bread. I am ordered to correct you, he said. But correction seems to have arrived first and prefers your handwriting. Sarah did not smile. She let silence do the delicate work it is best at. I cannot give you my seal, he continued. I cannot call you lawful before the Circle calls you traitors. But I can observe, and I will write what I have seen, not what I was sent to find. What did you see? Raven asked. Lothar looked at the banner and saw cloth. He looked at the yard and saw people. He looked at the steaming pots and saw arithmetic. He looked at me, just long enough to prove to himself I was not a spell, and looked away. I saw a court, he said, and a kitchen, and a kingdom that has decided those are the same room. Elder Marin caught Sarah's eye and did not say, write that down, because Sarah already had. The magistrate's men had begun to loosen into the place. Helmets off, cloaks opened, laughter connecting with its older cousins. The square-faced soldier tugged at the pup's ear gently and received a paw to the mouth for his insolence. He pretended to lose an argument to save everyone time. Will you stay the night? Raven asked Lothar. I will, he said. Your bedmakers worked hard. Someone should reward their art with sleep. He stayed. He ate again. He went to the carpenter's sheds after dusk and watched a boy who could not count above 50 shape a bed frame so true it made an old man swear softly. He visited Harthold's stamping table and pressed a full moon onto a page, with a care that told me he had remembered how to do something with his hands once, before law took them for its own. He stood alone beneath the banner for a quarter hour and pretended to examine the stitching while he argued with his orders. I found him there because I had come to argue with my own fears. The Moonwell hummed low, steady, not alarmed. Snow nicked his shoulders. "You're not a villain," I said neutrally, which is the most dangerous compliment. It dares a man to remain worthy of it. "I am an officer," he said, which admitted more than it contained. "You are a brother," I said, which admitted everything. He did not look at me. "If I write the truth," he said quietly, "they will send someone else to correct me. If I write lies, I will not be sent here again, which would be easier." "And if you do neither?" I asked. He laughed without humor. "You are younger than I am. You still think neither is an option." "Sometimes it is," I said, "when a man grows a spine from somewhere other than his orders." He turned then. "Do you think your king has done that?" "I don't follow kings," I said. "I follow what keeps children from being sold like plows." I nodded toward the sleeping yard, the kettles banked for dawn, the beds ready. Today that happened to be him. Tomorrow it had better be all of us. He looked at the banner again, as if asking it whether it intended to stay true if the wind changed. "Even star," he said softly, tasting the word like a man learning a prayer he didn't intend to say out loud. We left him to his arguing. It is rude to interrupt a man while he tries to keep the peace of himself worth saving. Morning came with a blue sky the wind had, scrubbed for us as an apology for yesterday's iron. The magistrate assembled his column with less stiffness than arrival had permitted. His men, boys some of them, looked back at the kitchens, as if the stew might be persuaded to follow them in a pot tied to a horse. The square-faced soldier bent to whisper something to Ember and got his glove chewed in thanks. Ela saluted Lothar with all the gravity of a general granting leave to an unfamiliar ally. He did not ask for our flag to be lowered. He did not ask for our law to be hidden. He asked for 2 copies of the decree, and took one to his saddlebag, the other tucked in his coat where, I hope, he would feel it against his ribs when the day made him choose. At the gate, he turned. He looked at Raven as if revising a sum. "Your letter will not be answered," he said. "But your law will be read. By whom?" Sarah asked, always concerned with distribution. "By whomever I can bribe with bread," he said. And for the first time the smile reached his eyes. He rode out. The standard went with him. Our banner stayed. After they disappeared into the clean east, the yard exhaled in a dozen languages. Cale clapped his hands and declared 30 minutes of indiscipline before the next task. Soldiers learned how to hold children. Darius practiced with the clerk, whose hand she'd corrected until his fingers could feel the line an arrow expects. Elder Marin taught a magistrate's groom how to mend a strap without swearing. Sarah sat on a bench with the emissary and counted slowly to a number that made him cry. Raven came to stand beside me beneath the even star. The moon well hummed. The star breathed. We were not safe. We were not finished. But we had fed a man sent to discipline us until he had to sit down and think. "I keep waiting for the sky to fall," I said. "It will," he said. "Sometimes it must. But we've learned how to catch pieces." He tilted his head. "And if it won't be caught, we'll teach it to fall somewhere that can stand the crater." We walked the wall. The ridge fires blinked in the distance, a message from the south road that the tithe house there had been emptied of its ledgers and filled with blankets. From the north, a thin plume, crossers moving, Darius's cousin bringing 10 more to work the winter road. From the east, no fires, just the brightest daylight, a promise the magistrate could not take with him and could not stop from rising. At noon, Varos returned from the storerooms with a look of complicated disappointment. "We are short salt," he said, "because salt is what happens to kingdoms that feed people." "Then I'll trade the iron we found in Harthold's cellar for cartloads," Raven said. "And if the merchant says the circle forbids us, we'll shame him in 3 markets with song." "What if he is tone deaf?" Cale asked. "Then he will be defenseless," Darius said dryly. We laughed. We measured planks. We listened for rumors with our hands on the stone. The day stretched into work, the way a man stretches into a shirt that finally fits. When evening came, the banner did not tire. The star did not blink. The water lines did not forget that we owed them a future. In the chapel, embroidered cloth rescued from history spread over the table. We wrote a letter. Not to the circle. To North Farm, Sarah drafted. Elder Marin edited without mercy. I added one line the law does not require and decency does. You are not alone. We sealed it with wax that had learned a new device yesterday and did not resist its calling. I thought of the magistrate on the road, bread in his saddlebag, a decree against his heart, sister in his jaw. I thought of the half-moon's last ledgers waiting to be stamped. I thought of the girl whose braids had not been sold. I thought of the boy asleep with his cheek on a wolf's flank, and the way that will become a memory he does not articulate, but organizes his entire life around. Raven touched the table with the back of his fingers, a gesture I had seen him use with children in graves. Tomorrow, he said. Tomorrow, I answered. The kingdom slept with its eyes open, as all new things do. The winter road does not take orders. It accepts negotiations. We began at first light, when the sky wore blue so thin you could almost see the bones of day beneath it. The ridge above the east gate exhaled old snow, the kind that looks like sugar and behaves like a judge. Kale divided us in pairs, shovel and hook, pick and broom, joke and silence. Darius took the scouting string along the tree line, with that long-legged pace that made the forest forget to be suspicious. Varos appointed himself quartermaster of breath. Every time someone leaned too long on a shovel, he appeared with a strip of salted apple and the look that says, "You are more useful alive than heroic." Raven did not oversee. He joined the line where the drift was worst, and the road remembered being a ravine. The even star slid and snapped above us, its star burning as if the wind were its choir. Ash and ember flurried underfoot like small, golden-eyed scouts whose primary skill was morale. Ela and Ro tottered from bench to bench in the yard, distributing hot stones from a pail to hands that had lost the conversation with their own blood. By noon, the road had a shape again, 2 ruts for wheels, a crown high enough for Melt to choose directions, a ditch that would guide the water when spring remembered to be generous. We paused only when Elder Marin banged her ladle against a pot like a battlefield bell. Sarah's stew, barley, bone, the last carrots with the patience of saints, tasted like the word again. We opened to the south first, Varos said around a spoon, consulting a slate he had smudged almost tonight with plans. North Farm can wait 2 days. They're stubborn. They'll pretend to enjoy it. South Road has the salt, Raven said, and the merchant with the bad poems. The one who rhymes coin with join and thinks it's clever? Kale grimaced. The very one, Sarah confirmed. He hates us for paying full price with fairness. Then let's ruin his morning by paying him more than he expected, Elder Marin said dryly, and the table laughed because it felt like sin and salvation to imagine such a world. We returned to the shovels. I worked beside a butcher who had lost his thumb to a slip 3 winters ago and learned to tie knots with one hand after swearing at the sky in 3 dialects. He told me, between throes of snow, that he used to tithe meat by weight and then go home and weep because his own children's bowls looked like circles, learning the meaning of emptiness. I told him I used to count herbs thinking how many lives a leaf could save. Now I count bowls thinking how many leaves a life deserves. We agreed that the body has more mathematics than ledgers admit. In late afternoon, the air changed. Not colder, cleverer, a wind with teeth you do not see until you feel the bite. Kale straightened, that wolf listening he does waking like a dog on an old porch. Darius's hand went up along the ridge, palm open, 5 fingers. Company. We set shovels, took poles, tilted ears. The sound arrived before the shapes. Bells, wrong ones, cheap metal, the kind merchants buy when they do not intend to survive their journey. Then the creak of frames wanting to break free of their carts. Voices, 2 quarrels, 1 prayer. And horses, thin and brave. The caravan hove out of the white like ships abandoning a battlefield fog. 3 wagons, 6 oxen, 4 horses, 12 souls, and the smell of stubborn commerce. At the lead rode a man with a scarf so red it had to be a dare. Beside him, a woman with one mitten and a ledger strapped to her thigh. Behind, the second wagon listed like a drunk. The third had a tarp tied down with the despair of a man who has never trusted knots. They saw the banner and had the decency to look relieved before they remembered to look cautious. "Even Star?" the red scarf shouted, stopping short where the road decided to be slush and then changed its mind. "We were aiming for the, Half Moon office. Has it moved?" "It evaporated," Cale called cheerfully. "You're welcome. What's in the wagons?" "Salt," the woman answered, and her voice was the sound of someone who has spent too many nights doing sums she cannot pronounce aloud without feeling poor. "Iron nails, tin cups, 3 bolts of good wool if your babies survive their leaps, and a poem if you force him to recite it." She cut a look at Red Scarf that could have sharpened a hoe. "Welcome," Raven said, and stepped forward out of the snow, the way a dawn steps out of its own sky. "Drive through and breathe while we count. You can sleep warm if you promise to stop rhyming in the yard." Red Scarf opened his mouth to protest. Then he looked at the men with shovels, the women with ropes, the banner that did not apologize. He closed it. "No poems," he said, with the dignity of a man who truly had brought one and was willing to burn it. We shepherded the caravan into the inner yard like a city retrieving a piece of itself from weather. The oxen lowered their heads and made the kind of grateful noise that shames angels. Ela and Ro shouted salt, as if it were a god, and then were made to touch their tongues to a sliver and were promptly scolded by Sarah, who pretended not to have done the same as a child. The butchers judged the beasts and declared them worthy of a nap. The stable boys led the horses away with the reverence of thieves returning to religion. Darius untied the tarp on the third wagon with a look that could equal a knife for discipline. Under the tarp, sacks of something that looked like grain, but smelled like promise. Seed barley, hardy breed, the kind that grows even when the wind stops being polite. Coils of rope with a weave that did not lie. A stack of thin books titled Accounts and Honest Errors, which I decided to love immediately because of the second word. "Your name?" Raven asked the woman with the ledger. "Bree," she said. "Brianna, if you intend to be cruel." She glanced up through lashes that announced she had survived flirting as a currency and had chosen ledgers instead. "And he's Corin," she added, nodding toward Red Scarf. "He writes poems to help him sell salt." "I write poems because the road is long," Corin corrected, wounded. "And how's your ambush rate?" Cale asked mildly. "Poems ward off wolves well?" "About as well as salt wards off poets," Bree murmured. Raven smiled. "Payment terms," he said, turning to Varos with that felicity for numbers that Law had once beaten out of him, and he had stolen back. Varos had already set the table under the eaves, abacus ready, ink unfrozen with the old trick of holding the bottle under an arm while pretending not to shiver. "We'll take all salt at your stated price, plus a labor bonus for reaching us in weather that would make saints reconsider vows," he said. "In return, you will carry letters and a promise to read them aloud in markets 3 days south." "Letters?" Corin perked up. "I can recite—" "No," the yard said in a chorus that made him laugh and surrender both. We counted. We weighed. We entertained 3 arguments with the elegance of a grandmother cutting a pie fairly and the ruthlessness of a butcher trimming fat. Salt stacked into glinting little mountains where the children wanted to plant tiny flags. The tin cups made a sound like coins that have decided to become something useful. The wool drew women's hands like a fire draws gratitude. Varos wrote numbers that made the world more honest. Elder Marin wrote names that would turn into deliveries. Sarah wrote new rules on a plank with chalk. No buying for 10 when 3 will do. No lying about weight unless you enjoy sleeping in the coop. Bree watched us with an expression that wanted, very much, to disapprove, and could not quite find the purchase. "Half Moon would have taken a tithe off the top," she said. "We take a vow," Sarah said. "Bread before trumpets." "Bread before poems," Bree amended, one corner of her mouth rising without the consent of her profession. Raven paid in coin, circle minted silver with a wheel that meant nothing here anymore, and in favor, 4 beds of shelter, stew twice, a right-of-way when we open the North Road tomorrow. Corin tried once to slip a rhyme into his thanks, and surrendered at my look. That night, the road thawed in the yard's memory. We drank broth standing under stars like candles the wind could not reach. The oxen sighed heavy and clean. Ela fell asleep upright on Ember's back. Ember pretended to be a mountain for as long as it took to earn a legend. Darius and Bree sat on a barrel and traded the kind of small talk that women make when they are balancing the need to measure the safety of a place with the desire to learn its jokes. Corin recited privately to Ash, who is the dashingerest critic I know, and yawned open-mouthed at the third couplet. Elder Marin taught Bree how to tie the Evenstar's simple knot. "It looks plain," she said, tugging. "It does not break when people pull the wrong way. I've spent a life making things that look complicated," Bree said softly, and then lower, a confession disguised as humor. "Sometimes to hide the absence of sense." In the morning, we sent the caravan out with 2 sleds of return, rye from our stores, 2 kegs of nails we had no use for now that the bed frames were done, letters. 1 to North Farm, ours, 1 to Lothar, mine, your sister's seen, 1 to the South Market, your ledger is not a god, and 1, unsigned, to the Circle. We are not your winter. The road took them, grudging, then not at all. It had begun to like us. We turned north. The winter road there was a different animal. Trees stood closer, the wind sharper, the drifts meaner, the slope a long sigh. We portaged the worst bend with planks like tongues teaching the earth to speak our weight. The men who used to set snares for rabbits set a snare for the road's worst habit, ice under snow, and pulled it off with cheers that made the day behave. Ro discovered he could slide on his back like a sled, and Illa discovered she was in charge of telling him when to stop. They negotiated this with the good temper of 2 people who have shared a blanket, and learned that warmth doubles when shared. Halfway to the notch, we found the remnant of an old tithe station, a hut subsiding toward the complement of moss, a post driven into the ground where a chain had once been padlocked across the road, a board that read "Way Here" bent by a tree that had decided to keep it. Cale stood in the door and looked down at the ash of a dead fire. "They used to warm themselves with wood bought by the coins they took to pay for the warmth," he said. "The math made sense to them. Let's warm ours by burning the rest," Raven said. And Sarah, who does not like violence except when paper deserves it, set the plank to flame with a seriousness that made the snow seem ashamed. We were 3 switchbacks below the notch when the sky did that thing. The one where it pulls up its hem and shows you the storm coming. The first flake is always friendly. It is the second that tells the truth. We crossed glances. Darius changed her pace. Cale made the hand sign that means pack up the tools like they're children. Raven looked at me, and the moonwell that lives under my ribs answered with a low tone I had learned to trust more than any horn. "Shelter," he said. "Cutter's Hollow," Veros answered. 2 bends down. It wasn't a hollow so much as a likely mistake. A shelf under a leaning rock, drift behind, wind break in front, history of rabbits and the occasional regretful bear. We threw canvas, tied rope, cut green poles for a lean-to, and taught the wind not to misbehave. The storm arrived like a guest who does not knock. It filled the world with busy quiet, that sound that is made of 1,000 soft impacts doing arithmetic on your patience. We made a nest. The pups curled into balls like the punctuation of comfort. Ela and Ro learned the work of edges, tucking blankets under bodies to keep the wind from finding backs. Sarah counted everyone out loud twice, and then again, ostentatiously satisfied when the numbers refused to change. Darius told a story in a voice that would not have startled a thrush. Cale cracked 3 jokes and then shut up because even laughter freezes if handled badly. The storm told its tale. We listened for the sentence inside it, whether it intended to erase or merely edit the day. Midway through the 2nd hour, the wind found a new note, higher, thinner, desperate. A horn, not ours. Raven's head snapped up. Darius cocked hers like a hawk considering mercy. Kyle made the hand sign that means fools in weather. Varos rolled his eyes as if to say the math of survival is not taught in city schools, and began to pack a sled with rope and blankets. "Stay," Raven said to me. "No," I said. He didn't waste words. He passed me a scarf he knew I would not accept if told, and squeezed my wrist instead of arguing. We went. White narrows the world, and, in doing so, teaches you to hear better. The horn had dropped to human sound by the time we crested the next rise. A voice that had not decided whether to plead or command. "Help!" it shouted, trying not to sound like shame. "Hello, is anyone—" The rest swallowed by wind. We found them in the cup of the switchback. A sledge, a mare down, 3 men laboring against panic, a pair of boys with their faces turned to stone to keep tears from freezing. On the sledge, a woman in blankets with breath like the last inch of a candle, and a bundle that made a sound so small it may have been a lamb or a life. Raven ate the scene with his eyes and spit order. Kail, pole under the mare, lift with the drift, not against her legs. Varos roped the sledge to the fur. Lyria, the woman, I said, already moving. Her skin had the good pallor of captured heat, not the wicked flatness of lost fire. Her pulse was a timid bird ready to love you if you didn't blink. I slid my hands under her shoulders and felt the old maps the body draws for those who listen. A road of ache down the spine, a knot of fear under the ribs, a steadiness at the center. "Breathe with me," I said, and matched my lungs to hers until I could trick her chest into remembering it had work. The bundle yipped. "Not a lamb," Kail observed. Upside down in a drift under the mare, voice muffled by a universe that had better jokes than he did. The bundle glared amber. "A pup, perhaps 6 weeks old enough to be furious at cold. Too young to understand why every wind sounds like it intends to end you. Where did you get that?" Darius asked the nearest boy, not unkindly. "He found us," the boy said. His face had the set of someone who had not been asked a question in a long time and was suspicious of generosity. "We tried to send him away. He wouldn't leave." "Good," Darius said. "You kept him alive. Can you keep my sister?" the second boy asked. He could not be more than 12. His voice carried the weight fathers acquire when the person who was supposed to carry it did not. "I can try," I said. And then, because the storm taught me to be honest with children, yes. We got the mare up with a curse that sounded like a prayer. The sledge found a more obedient position. Raven wrapped a line around his own waist and leaned into the harness like the world owed him an apology, and he intended to collect it by dragging it uphill. We moved as one body across the white, the storm pressing its cheek to ours like a cat denying affection. Back at the hollow, Sarah made room that had not existed a moment before. Ela sat on her hands to keep them from trying to help where help would be in the way. Elder Marin banished everyone with fidgeting to wood duty. Bring me sticks without excuses. Darius and Kail laid the mare down, confident she would forgive them in 10 minutes. The bundle came to me with the kind of solemn ceremony boys use when they are living a story they suspect their grandchildren will force them to tell 50 times. The pup, packed in a scrap of blanket that had a mother's smell and a river's stain, met Ash's stare with valor. Ember sniffed once and declared kin. Ash did the thing he does when he accepts a charge. He lay down nose to nose with the newcomer and breathed at him until their chests matched. The woman's eyes opened. They were the color of thawed slate. They tried to focus and chose me. "We were going to North Farm," she whispered. A cough tried to intervene and failed. "The boys? They said the road. I didn't think we'd—" "You did," I said. "You chose enough. Is this Evenstar?" Her voice tried to be brave about wanting the answer it wanted. "It is," Raven said, appearing with snow in his hair and success in his stance. When his voice does that, the room reorganizes its opinion of safety. The boys' faces, which had spent a year learning to be men without instruction, peeled backward into something softer. The older one, Dane I would learn, watched Raven with a caution that had less to do with crowns and more with the mathematics of disappointment. The younger, Pell, looked from the banner to Illa to the stew to the pup to me and decided to trust all the wrong things for the right reasons. "What's your mother's name?" I asked. "Riska," Dane said. He said it as if he had been the only one saying it aloud for a while. "Our father is not required to exist for this to be true," Sarah interrupted briskly, putting a bowl in his hands. "You two will eat until I am satisfied you're worth the trouble. Lady Riska will sleep. The pup will stop pretending to die, or I'll put him in the stew and ruin everyone's lunch." That last earned her 3 appalled looks, and 1 bark from Ember that could have been laughter. The pup yipped, affronted, which is the surest sign of life I know. We fed them. We dried their wool with the trick of hanging it under the hang of the shelter, where breath can do more than fire. We told them the law in 2 sentences that meant more than any book. No children are currency. No bowls are empty without us knowing why. Dane listened with his jaw clenched. Pell wanted to be convinced and needed only the part where Ro tried to teach him how to whistle snowflakes. Vriska slept like someone who had carried a sledge herself in her dreams and had finally been allowed to put it down. The storm passed. They always do, even when you hate them for being right about it. The world opened in increments, first the firs, then the ridge, then the sky with a seam in it where blue bled. We broke the hollow. We shouldered the road. We brought them home. Evenstar made space as if it were a fabric. We set Vriska in the south dorm, where the walls had kept a dozen small crises from becoming large tragedies. Sarah assigned the boys to the woodline, where Kel could calculate their mischief per hour and pay them in the currency of tasks. The pup received a blanket with the gravity of a prince accepting a treaty. Ela named him Soot. Ash pretended to be insulted. Ember pretended to be asleep and failed again. At evening, the yard turned to its new sport, teaching a town how to be the place it says it is. The rule was simple. No one ate alone. The food was stew. The beverage was breath. The entertainment was listening to a person who had not been listened to in a while. Bree and Corin had not gone. They had decided to stay one more night after the storm embarrassed their schedule. Corin recited exactly one poem to the stable cat, who yawned extravagantly and forgave him. Bree taught Darius how to count rope by touch. Varos and Elder Marin argued the philosophical implications of enough. When darkness pooled like ink the banner could write in, Raven and I walked the wall. The ridges blinked messages. North Farm, 2 fires, alive. South Road, 1 long line, safe. East, none, good. West, 1, unexpected. A friend? I asked. A question, he said. We stood under the Evenstar and let it turn us into silhouettes worth trusting. The Moonwell hummed that deep note that means more is coming, but not in panic, in promise. Today you made a ledger into a blanket, I said to him, not to flatter, but to recite the facts to my own heart. Today you made a storm into a room, he said back, not to praise, but to insist I keep the receipt. We watched the courtyard sleep, men with shovels for pillows, women with rope still looped around hands because the body does not trust promises yet, children with bread on their breath, wolves with children in their dreams. The night made its bargains. We agreed, and in the small hours, when sleep took the strong first and forgave the rest later, the bell did not ring, the wind did not speak, and the banner held like a hand. Morning would bring the West Fire's answer, the South Market's reply. A letter from Lothar with edges singed where he had argued with it in his saddlebag and lost. Morning would bring the new arithmetic, how to ration salt without rationing joy, how to teach a boy whose father loved the bottle more than bread to count boards instead of hours, how to convince a caravan to carry a song instead of a tax. Morning would bring the name Evenstar again, to be worn or mispronounced or steadied by new tongues until it fit. We slept because we decided to believe in it. Morning wore a pale band of gold that could not quite convince the frost to move. The West Fire that had winked at us through the night held steady, a patient eye. In the yard, steam rose from the kettles like breath that had decided to be useful. Sarah counted ladles. Cale tested the grain in a sack with 2 fingers, and a face that could tell a lie from a worm. Darius tuned her bowstring by ear, the way some people pray. Raven came from the wall with snow in his hair, and a question between his shoulders. The Evenstar lifted a corner as if to say, I see it too. The pups collected our ankles like punctuation marks. Ash the full stop that makes you consider yourself. Ember the comma that lets you keep going. Soot, our storm-found stray, followed 3 paces behind with the solemnity of a volunteer. West signal stays, Kel called. Either they're cold or polite. Both, Darius said. We'll see which wins. We sent a pair along the cleared north road with a sled and a promise to return by midday. Varos issued them a loaf and a list. Elder Marin issued them an opinion on hats. Sarah issued them a glance that made them put the loaf inside their coats, instead of in the careless outer pocket where wind steals without guilt. The bell did not ring, but the yard leaned the way a place leans when it knows a messenger is close. I have learned that news has a smell, ink and sweat and the little wild tang of distance. When the rider appeared under the gate, the scent was louder than his horse. He wore no blue, no thorn stitch. His cloak was the honest brown of a man who knows how to hide without lying. On his shoulder, a scrap of ribbon the color of riverstone. When he swung down, his boots did that tired, sweet stagger like a song remembering its last verse. He kept one hand on his saddlebag as if it were a sleeping child. "For Evenstar," he said, not quite meeting Raven's eyes, which is a good way to greet a king if you also want the truth to sit down at your table. "I carry letters." "Then you carry warmth," Elder Marin said, and took his reins. He opened the saddlebag with the careful roughness of a man who has had to deliver bad news and wants to give the leather a chance to offer sympathy. Inside, a bundle tied with cord, wax bloomed and cracked from cold. He sorted like a midwife, choosing which cry to answer first. "From the South Market, to your steward," he said, passing one to Sarah. "From North Farm, to any who stand under the star." He smiled at that, and then remembered not to. "From a magistrate, sealed gray, to you." He looked at Raven, and then at me, and decided the star was not the only authority in the yard. "And one more," he added, fishing a thin, folded scrap from an inner pocket. No seal, smelled like smoke. "For the woman who writes." Sarah lifted an eyebrow in my direction. I took the scrap. It was warm from the writer's body, and that intimacy made the ink feel like a confession. The hand was hurried and a little proud of being hurried. "You were right. She is seen. Bred before trumpets. El Lothar." The gray wax letter would hold law. This held a person. I tucked it into the place in my coat where I keep small mercies. "Eat," Raven told the writer. And because Raven has learned how to command gently, the man obeyed with gratitude that did not embarrass him. Sarah slit the South Market letter with her thumbnail and read as she walked, the way she reads everything, moving, as if information refuses to sit still on its own. "Prices hold," she reported. "Salt will be scarce by mid-month. We're in front for once. Breeze tally is good. Corin has not recited in public. The gods of commerce thank us with 2 bolts more wool next run." Kyle smirked. "And the market's numbers?" Sarah's mouth twitched. "Balanced." For the first time, the ledger writer uses the word enough and means it. She folded the letter. "Good sign." The North Farm envelope was heavier, immodest with ink. Sarah set it on the table like bread and broke the wax as if it could bruise. Elder Marin gathered near with that soft violence that diehards reserve for mail. The letter ran long and lively, written by a woman who has had her first useful argument with a clerk and won. "Read it," Raven said. Sarah read. "To any who stand under the star," she began. The voice on the page darted and perched. "We received the decree you sent, and we performed the ceremony you suggested. We put the collector in the chair by the door, and made him eat stew while we counted. He cried at the onions, but not the sums. I think he is not a bad man, just a man who has grown used to not being told when he is wrong. We returned 2 sacks and 3 small sacks, and a small boy who had decided to become a ledger. He has now decided to become a sled. The winter keeps doing its work, as do we. Keep the road. We will keep the bowls. Her name?" Elder Marin asked. Sarah scanned. "Fenla Bram." "Write her back," Elder Marin said, already pulling a blank she kept for bosses. "Tell her I want her onion tricks. Tell her," Cale added, "that if she has any spare boys impersonating ledgers, we have rope that needs repurposing." Darris grinned at that, the flint in her letting itself be amused. "Tell her I like the chair by the door." The gray wax held the yard's attention like a bone holds a hound. Raven took it without ceremony and broke the seal with his thumb, not his teeth. He read in silence. Sometimes his face is a wall. Sometimes it is a lake. Today it was an instrument, 2 notes, neither extreme. One for caution, one for relief. "He writes," Raven said simply. "Lothar?" Sarah asked. Raven nodded and lifted his voice enough for the yard to consider itself included. "He observed," he said, quoting politely. "He reports we feed magistrates with our law and law with our kitchens. He uses the word court without an apology. He does not name us lawful. He does not name us traitor. He suggests the Circle dispatch a review commission." Raven's mouth made a rueful line. "He also says he intends to bring his sister to our gate when the road will have her." Elder Marin sniffed. "We will call the commission a field trip and send them home with folded blankets." "Or send them back as blankets," Darris mused. and Sarah did not quite scold. Raven turned a page, eyes narrowing. "There's this," he added. He warns. A deputy from the Circle's tally office travels with papers and a love of ink. He writes the deputy is a man who wears blue like a bruise and has the patience of a small god. "Summons?" Cale asked. "Likely," Raven said. "He says I cannot prevent him. Do not let him make you forget why you started." Raven folded the letter and tapped it once against his palm, not because the parchment needed discipline, but because thought does. "We will receive him the way we receive weather. With hats and soup," Elder Marin said. "And a chair by the door," Sarah added. "And a bed," Raven said. "We want his ink to sleep." The Westfire's answer arrived before noon. Our pair returned with a sled cross-loaded with worry and snow. The man who came with them wore no colors and carried his courage under a coat, 2 sizes too big for his bones. In his arms, wrapped in a sleeping roll like a declaration, rode a bundle breathing shallow. He didn't cross the threshold. He knelt at it. "Evenstar?" he asked, voice rasped raw by road and prayer. I took the sign for a joke until it wasn't. "I have something that belongs to you." No one moved, because no one trusted their first guess. Then the bundle shifted, and a small hand reached out with more authority than most kings. Ela cried first. "Where did you find him?" she asked, tomorrow in her voice. The man smiled a cracked, astonished smile. "There is no other kind." "He found me," he said, as men who survive tell their story. 3 nights in the pine between Crossers and the old station. A child in a wolf's coat led me to him, and I thought, I am about to be eaten by mercy. He opened the blanket. Roe tumbled from his stool. Sarah made a sound that had 3 notes, fear, fury, relief, and let none of them run the room. The bundle was a baby, a human baby. Not newborn, weeks old, cleaned by snow, cheeks chapped, eyes asleep in that earnest way sleep has when it refuses to negotiate. Around the baby's shoulders, snug and ridiculous and terrifying, lay the pelt of a young wolf cut to the shape of a coat. Ash stepped forward and inhaled the air around the child as if reading a language. "Whose?" Raven asked, the word both question and oath. "Left in the notch," the man said, "with a ribbon." He produced it from his pocket, a sliver of white with a sigil I did not recognize. Not half moon, not circle, a simple loop, thread knotted twice. "And this?" he added, proffering a scrap of paper. It was a prayer, ink bled by snow, for any who will not sell what can be saved. Sarah folded down like someone who had just put a heavy loaf on a low shelf and was remembering her knees. Who leaves a child to die and writes a prayer to excuse it? "The kind who thinks gods keep ledgers," Elder Marin murmured. And it wasn't unkind, which made it worse. "Bring him in," Raven said. "Bring them both in." He looked at the man whose coat belonged to another decade. "Your name?" "John," he said. "Of Cutter's Ridge. I used to catch lambs with my hands before my hands got old. I thought I could not carry this far. The wolf coat shamed me until I did." "You carried enough," I said, because he needed permission to stop doing miracles. I reached for the child. When my hand touched that unbelievable warm weight, something inside me reorganized to make room. Not because I had never held a baby, because this one had traveled here inside a story I recognized. A life abandoned by a logic that calls itself legal, picked up by a stranger who did not consult a charter before obeying his ribs. "What do we do?" Dane asked from the back of the crowd. He hadn't meant to speak. He was a boy who had trained his voice to only come out when facts permitted it. "We name him," Sarah said, standing again with a decision in each hand. "And we do not sell him." "Name him what?" Ela asked, already knowing she intended to win. "Frost," Roe declared, because he was Roe. "Not Frost," Ela countered. "He is warm." Raven smiled, and it did that thing to the yard that his smile does, the kind of rearrangement furniture aspires to. "We will feed him before we call him," he said, "and then we will ask what he wants." "Babies want milk," Elder Marin said, practical beating poetry by 3 lengths, and the room found its assignments again. The day breathed. The child ate, opinionated and sincere, John dozed in a chair by the door like a man who had finally put down a story and found himself briefly unnecessary. Soot curled at his foot and claimed him. Ash lay beside the baby with a seriousness that informed the gods of his terms. Ember taught Ro that babies do not throw. Sarah wrote on the board, "No taking babies to the wall without a hat." Darius went out and put a second line on our westward trail because a new mother somewhere would read a thin smoke and follow it. Lothar's deputy arrived an hour after dusk. Because men who love ink enjoy darkness, it makes the paper seem brighter. He rode with 2 clerks and a horse that had never seen a banner it respected. He did not knock. He stood in the gate and waited for our silence to notice him, which is a trick if you want to arrive louder than your boots. "By order of the Circle of 9, he began, and his voice made order sound like a god he had bed with. "I come to serve instruments. Do you also serve soup?" Elder Marin asked from her bench. "You speak like a man who hasn't chewed." He blinked. The smallest offense taken, the smallest admission of hunger. "I am Deputy Halvern. These are my clerks. I carry writs." Sarah drew herself to her full height, the one that makes men write shorter sentences. "We carry bowls," she said. "If your papers must remain dry to matter, eat first." "It will not change their terms," Halvern said, but he took the bowl, because pride loses heat faster than barley. We did the chair by the door for him too. We let him sit where our law sat. We let his men warm their hands at our fire. We let the ink thaw in his veins until the person in him could slip a note under the office. When he finished the stew and discovered his mouth had something better to do than issue, he slid a packet from his coat. Gray wax, blue ribbon, weight that wants to be a threat. He placed it on the table as if it were a small altar to a nervous god. "Serve them," Sarah said, chin at an angle that makes seals sweat. He broke the wax. He did not read the preamble aloud, which made me like him a fraction more. He recited the bones. Summons. King Raven to appear at the Southern Hall within 20 days, to answer for acts of unlawful governance, with note. Failure constitutes acknowledgement of guilt. Stay. An order to cease all confiscations and annulments of private contract pending review. Inventory. A demand for lists. Grain, gold, beds, blades, names, ages. 100 particulars that look like accountability until they become a net. Elder Marin hummed. "The first wants to take our time. The second wants to take our nerve. The third wants to take our people and stack them into columns." "We will not go," Cale said, and his hand found his spear the way a man finds a tooth with his tongue. Raven did not look at the spear. He looked at Halvern, whose jaw had undone its clasp just enough to admit stew and consideration. "If I do not go," he said, "you will write me disobedient. If I go, I will leave this place softer than you would prefer to find it." "You could send a letter," Halvern offered. And it wasn't permission. It was a test. Words sometimes arrive where men can't. Raven inclined his head. "I will send one. And I will invite the Circle to send its commission here to observe what it has not built." "That is not how summons work," Halvern said, but he said it the way a man says the river does not flow uphill, not as if he wouldn't be pleased to watch it try. Sarah tapped the stay paper. "We do not confiscate, we restore. Our contracts were written in bowls. If you wish to keep bowls from mouths while your review sleeps in its own time, write that down. Address it to families who can read hunger more fluently than rights." Halvern did not flinch. He did that small, damning thing bureaucrats do when their souls still live. His eyes moved to the baby sleeping on the bench beside the board. The wolf pelt coat lay folded beside him like a promise. "What is that?" he asked, not unkindly. "A citizen," Elder Marin said. "New. Name?" he asked. And the question sounded more like hope than the law deserves. "We haven't earned it yet," Sarah said. He looked at the papers. At the banner. At the people eating soup in a hall that used to be a throne room, and did not miss its old job. He looked at Raven last. "I will write the Circle what I saw," he said. "It will help less than I want, and more than you think." "Write your sister too," Elder Marin suggested. "They always need the better letter." Halvern almost smiled. There is a conspiracy among mouths to betray their owners at good sentences. He pocketed his insulted pride and his empty bowl and asked for a bed like a sane man. We gave him one. Clean, warmed with stones, the kind that turns a summons into a nap. When the doors were barred and the papers tied up with Sarah's opinions, Raven and I went out under the even star. The night had a new clarity, as if attention could sweep frost. The west trail fire burned low, a dot stitching itself out. The moonwell hummed yes and not yet. "You'll write?" I asked. "I'll write," he said. "To whom?" "To them," he answered, nodding at the blue wax the wind had no appetite for. "To Lothar, to Fenla Bram, to the man who carried the baby, to the woman who left him, though she will not see it, to the road, because it is a reader, to you. You don't need to write to me," I said. "I read you." "You read the part that is brave," he said, "and the rest didn't need telling." We returned to the long table. Sarah had cleared a corner the way surgeons clear a field. Halvern's papers waited, not quite comfortable with their proximity to Bowles. Raven sat. I sat opposite. He sharpened a quill and then did the oldest magic I know. He touched the feather to his lip and became the man who listens to his own reasons. He wrote like a river that had decided to learn grammar. He told the circle he would not travel to a hall that had practiced starvation more reliably than justice. He invited their commission. Beds, bowls, law read aloud, ledgers stamped under the star, contracts annulled openly with reasons any child could repeat. He told them what the word stay felt like when it landed on a kitchen. He wrote bread before trumpets without apology and added the line I had written to North Farm. "You are not alone." He signed himself Raven, sworn keeper of Evenstar, because sometimes a name must be a job. He wrote to Lothar, "Your letter arrived. You told the truth your orders could bear. Come with your sister when the road permits. Bring your deputy back. We will make him fat." He wrote to Fenla Bram, "The chair by the door is the best invention of winter." Send onion advice. He wrote to John of Cutter's Ridge, "You carried enough. Your hands are still." He capitalized it without embarrassment, and folded a little coin in with the paper because men who walk that far need to feel that their road leaves weight behind them. He wrote to the woman who left the baby, "You wrote a prayer and hoped it would count as love. It does not, but we will love him in public until the gods learn how to do it as well as we do." He did not sign that one. He sealed it anyway because some letters exist to make the world tired of its own excuses, and he wrote one more, at my insistence, because I am selfish when I recognize the shape of a future argument in a man's eyes. "Lyria," he put at the top, and then, "If I am called away by law or battle or the stupidity of men who prefer ledgers to bowls, finish what we began. Break what deserves it, bind what can be mended. Remind them I do not rule because I am loud. I rule because I listen. If I do not return, do not make me a story that excuses cowardice. Make me a story that bullies the living into decency." He did not seal it. He put it in my pocket with his fingers, and a look that taught my heart a new verb. Stay. We slept late by Evenstar standards. Half an hour beyond dawn, which counts as decadence. When we woke, the baby had decided on his name without waiting for us. Hila pronounced it with the authority of an older sister. "He is warm," she declared. And then, because even authority must justify itself, "Because we are." No one argued. Deputy Halvern left at noon, his horse disgruntled but fed. He carried 3 letters in his bag that would irritate men who loved seals, and one that would convert a sister to a porch evangelist of soup. He looked back at the banner once and did not pretend he wasn't. In the afternoon, the road gave us our quota of small tasks that matter more than arguments. A hinge that needed less pride, a child who needed more rope, a ledger that wanted a second column for kindness. Brian Corin rolled out, sled bells soft. Corin promising out loud to read and promising silently not to rhyme while doing it. At evening, the west fire lit again. Not a plea this time. A beacon. Daris read it with her shoulders. "Someone comes who knows how to write with smoke," she said. "Not Halvern?" "Lothar," Kyle guessed. "Or his sister," Elder Marin said, and rolled her sleeves. I stood under the Evenstar and let its shadow cross my face. It was wide enough to cover all of us. It would have to be. Above us, the sky laid down a line of thin cloud like a cautious signature. The moonwell hummed that deep note that makes the marrow say again. We had written our letters. The world would reply. Morning wore a pale band of gold that could not quite convince the frost to move. The west fire that had winked at us through the night held steady, a patient eye. In the yard, steam rose from the kettles like breath that had decided to be useful. Sarah counted ladles. Cale tested the grain in a sack with 2 fingers and a face that could tell a lie from a worm. Darris tuned her bowstring by ear, the way some people pray. Raven came from the wall with snow in his hair and a question between his shoulders. The Evenstar lifted a corner as if to say, "I see it too." The Pups collected our ankles like punctuation marks. Ash, the full stop that makes you consider yourself. Ember, the comma that lets you keep going. Soot, our storm-found stray, followed 3 paces behind with the solemnity of a volunteer. "West signal stays," Cale called. "Either they're cold or polite." "Both," Darris said. "We'll see which wins." We sent a pair along the cleared north road with a sled, and a promise to return by midday. Varos issued them a loaf and a list. Elder Marin issued them an opinion on hats. Sarah issued them a glance that made them put the loaf inside their coats, instead of in the careless outer pocket, where wind steals without guilt. The bell did not ring, but the yard leaned the way a place leans when it knows a messenger is close. I have learned that news has a smell, ink and sweat, and the little wild tang of distance. When the rider appeared under the gate, the scent was louder than his horse. He wore no blue, no thorn stitch. His cloak was the honest brown of a man who knows how to hide without lying. On his shoulder, a scrap of ribbon the color of riverstone. When he swung down, his boots did that tired, sweet stagger like a song remembering its last verse. He kept one hand on his saddlebag as if it were a sleeping child. "For Evenstar," he said, not quite meeting Raven's eyes, "which is a good way to greet a king if you also want the truth to sit down at your table. I carry letters." "Then you carry warmth," Elder Marin said, and took his reins. He opened the saddlebag with the careful roughness of a man who has had to deliver bad news, and wants to give the leather a chance to offer sympathy. Inside, a bundle tied with cord, wax bloomed and cracked from cold. He sorted like a midwife choosing which cry to answer first. "From the South Market," "To your steward," he said, passing one to Sarah. "From North Farm, to any who stand under the star." He smiled at that and then remembered not to. "From a magistrate sealed gray to you." He looked at Raven and then at me, and decided the star was not the only authority in the yard. "And one more," he added, fishing a thin folded scrap from an inner pocket. "No seal, smelled like smoke. For the woman who writes?" Sarah lifted an eyebrow in my direction. I took the scrap. It was warm from the rider's body, and that intimacy made the ink feel like a confession. The hand was hurried and a little proud of being hurried. "You were right. She is seen, bred before trumpets. El Lothar." The gray wax letter would hold law. This held a person. I tucked it into the place in my coat where I keep small mercies. "Eat," Raven told the rider. And because Raven has learned how to command gently, the man obeyed with gratitude that did not embarrass him. Sarah slit the South Market letter with her thumbnail and read as she walked. The way she reads everything, moving, as if information refuses to sit still on its own. "Prices hold," she reported. "Salt will be scarce by mid-month. We're in front for once. Breeze tally is good. Corin has not recited in public. The gods of commerce thank us with 2 bolts more wool next run." Cale smirked. "And the market's numbers?" Sarah's mouth twitched. "Balanced. For the first time, the ledger writer uses the word enough and means it." She folded the letter. "Good sign." The North Farm envelope was heavier, immodest with ink. Sarah set it on the table like bread and broke the wax as if it could bruise. Elder Marin gathered near with that soft violence that diehards reserve for mail. The letter ran long and lively, written by a woman who has had her first useful argument with a clerk, and won. "Read it," Raven said. Sarah read. "To any who stand under the star," she began. The voice on the page darted and perched. "We received the decree you sent, and we performed the ceremony you suggested. We put the collector in the chair by the door and made him eat stew while we counted. He cried at the onions but not the sums. I think he is not a bad man, just a man who has grown used to not being told when he is wrong. We returned 2 sacks and 3 small sacks and a small boy who had decided to become a ledger. He has now decided to become a sled. The winter keeps doing its work, as do we. Keep the road. We will keep the bowls. Her name? Elder Marin asked. Sarah scanned. Finla Bram. Write her back, Elder Marin said, already pulling a blank she kept for bosses. Tell her I want her onion tricks. Tell her, Kale added, that if she has any spare boys impersonating ledgers, we have rope that needs repurposing. Darius grinned at that, the flint in her letting itself be amused. Tell her I like the chair by the door. The gray wax held the yard's attention like a bone holds a hound. Raven took it without ceremony and broke the seal with his thumb, not his teeth. He read in silence. Sometimes his face is a wall. Sometimes it is a lake. Today it was an instrument. 2 notes, neither extreme. One for caution, one for relief. He writes, Raven said simply. Lothar? Sarah asked. Raven nodded and lifted his voice enough for the yard to consider itself included. He observed, he said, quoting politely. He reports we feed magistrates with our law and law with our kitchens. He uses the word court without an apology. He does not name us lawful. He does not name us traitor. He suggests the Circle dispatch a review commission. Raven's mouth made a rueful line. He also says he intends to bring his sister to our gate when the road will have her. Elder Marin sniffed. We will call the commission a field trip and send them home with folded blankets. Or send them back as blankets, Darius mused, and Sarah did not quite scold. Raven turned a page, eyes narrowing. There's this, he added. He warns, a deputy from the Circle's tally office travels with papers and a love of ink. He writes the deputy is a man who wears blue like a bruise and has the patience of a small god. Summons? Kale asked. Likely, Raven said. He says, I cannot prevent him. Do not let him make you forget why you started. Raven folded the letter and tapped it once against his palm, not because the parchment needed discipline, but because thought does. We will receive him the way we receive weather. With hats and soup, Elder Marin said. And a chair by the door, Sarah added. And a bed, Raven said. We want his ink to sleep. The Westfire's answer arrived before noon. Our pair returned with a sled cross-loaded with worry and snow. The man who came with them wore no colors and carried his courage under a coat, 2 sizes too big for his bones. In his arms, wrapped in a sleeping roll like a declaration, rode a bundle breathing shallow. He didn't cross the threshold. He knelt at it. Evenstar? He asked, voice rasped raw by road and prayer. I took the sign for a joke until it wasn't. I have something that belongs to you. No one moved because no one trusted their first guess. Then the bundle shifted, and a small hand reached out with more authority than most kings. Ela cried first. Where did you find him? She asked, tomorrow in her voice. The man smiled a cracked, astonished smile. There is no other kind. He found me, he said, as men who survive tell their story. 3 nights in the pine between crossers and the old station. A child in a wolf's coat led me to him, and I thought, I am about to be eaten by mercy. He opened the blanket. Ro tumbled from his stool. Sarah made a sound that had 3 notes, fear, fury, relief, and let none of them run the room. The bundle was a baby, a human baby, not newborn, weeks old, cleaned by snow, cheeks chapped, eyes asleep in that earnest way sleep has when it refuses to negotiate. Around the baby's shoulders, snug and ridiculous and terrifying, lay the pelt of a young wolf cut to the shape of a coat. Ash stepped forward and inhaled the air around the child as if reading a language. Whose? Raven asked, the word both question and oath. Left in the notch, the man said, with a ribbon. He produced it from his pocket, a sliver of white with a sigil I did not recognize. Not half moon, not circle, a simple loop, thread knotted twice. And this, he added, proffering a scrap of paper. It was a prayer, ink bled by snow. For any who will not sell what can be saved. Sarah folded down like someone who had just put a heavy loaf on a low shelf and was remembering her knees. Who leaves a child to die and writes a prayer to excuse it? The kind who thinks gods keep ledgers, Elder Marin murmured, and it wasn't unkind, which made it worse. Bring him in, Raven said. Bring them both in. He looked at the man whose coat belonged to another decade. Your name? John, he said. Of Cutter's Ridge. I used to catch lambs with my hands before my hands got old. I thought I could not carry this far. The wolf coat shamed me until I did. You carried enough, I said, because he needed permission to stop doing miracles. I reached for the child. When my hand touched that unbelievable warm weight, something inside me reorganized to make room. Not because I had never held a baby. Because this one had traveled here inside a story I recognized. A life abandoned by a logic that calls itself legal, picked up by a stranger who did not consult a charter before obeying his ribs. What do we do? Dane asked from the back of the crowd. He hadn't meant to speak. He was a boy who had trained his voice to only come out when facts permitted it. We name him, Sarah said, standing again with a decision in each hand. And we do not sell him. Name him what? Ela asked, already knowing she intended to win. Frost, Roe declared, because he was Roe. Not Frost, Ela countered. He is warm. Raven smiled, and it did that thing to the yard that his smile does, the kind of rearrangement furniture aspires to. We will feed him before we call him, he said. And then we will ask what he wants. Babies want milk, Elder Marin said, practical beating poetry by 3 lengths, and the room found its assignments again. The day breathed. The child ate, opinionated and sincere. John dozed in a chair by the door like a man who had finally put down a story and found himself briefly unnecessary. Soot curled at his foot and claimed him. Ash lay beside the baby with a seriousness that informed the gods of his terms. Ember taught Roe that babies do not throw. Sarah wrote on the board, "No taking babies to the wall without a hat." Darius went out and put a second line on our westward trail, because a new mother somewhere would read a thin smoke and follow it. Lothar's deputy arrived an hour after dusk, because men who love ink enjoy darkness. It makes the paper seem brighter. He rode with 2 clerks and a horse that had never seen a banner it respected. He did not knock. He stood in the gate and waited for our silence to notice him, which is a trick if you want to arrive louder than your boots. By order of the Circle of 9, he began, and his voice made order sound like a god he had bed with. I come to serve instruments. Do you also serve soup? Elder Marin asked from her bench. You speak like a man who hasn't chewed. He blinked. The smallest offense taken. The smallest admission of hunger. I am Deputy Halvern. These are my clerks. I carry writs. Sarah drew herself to her full height, the one that makes men write shorter sentences. We carry bowls, she said. If your papers must remain dry to matter, eat first. It will not change their terms, Halvern said. But he took the bowl, because pride loses heat faster than barley. We did the chair by the door for him, too. We let him sit where our law sat. We let his men warm their hands at our fire. We let the ink thaw in his veins until the person in him could slip a note under the office. When he finished the stew and discovered his mouth had something better to do than issue, he slid a packet from his coat. Gray wax, blue ribbon, weight that wants to be a threat. He placed it on the table as if it were a small altar to a nervous god. Serve them, Sarah said, chin at an angle that makes seals sweat. He broke the wax. He did not read the preamble aloud, which made me like him a fraction more. He recited the bones. Summons. King Raven to appear at the Southern Hall within 20 days, to answer for acts of unlawful governance, with note, failure constitutes acknowledgement of guilt. Stay. An order to cease all confiscations and annulments of private contract pending review. Inventory. A demand for lists, grain, gold, beds, blades, names, ages, 100 particulars that look like accountability until they become a net. Elder Marin hummed. The first wants to take our time. The second wants to take our nerve. The third wants to take our people and stack them into columns. We will not go, Cale said, and his hand found his spear the way a man finds a tooth with his tongue. Raven did not look at the spear. He looked at Halvern, whose jaw had undone its clasp just enough to admit stew and consideration. If I do not go, he said, you will write me disobedient. If I go, I will leave this place softer than you would prefer to find it. You could send a letter, Halvern offered, and it wasn't permission. It was a test. Words sometimes arrive where men can't. Raven inclined his head. I will send one, and I will invite the Circle to send its commission here to observe what it has not built, That is not how summons work, Halvern said. But he said it the way a man says the river does not flow uphill, not as if he wouldn't be pleased to watch it try. Sarah tapped the stay paper. We do not confiscate. We restore. Our contracts were written in bowls. If you wish to keep bowls from mouths while your review sleeps in its own time, write that down. Address it to families who can read hunger more fluently than rights. Halvern did not flinch. He did that small, damning thing bureaucrats do when their souls still live. His eyes moved to the baby sleeping on the bench beside the board. The wolf pelt coat lay folded beside him like a promise. What is that? He asked not unkindly. A citizen, Elder Marin said. New. Name? He asked. And the question sounded more like hope than the law deserves. We haven't earned it yet, Sarah said. He looked at the papers. At the banner. At the people eating soup in a hall that used to be a throne room and did not miss its old job. He looked at Raven last. I will write the circle what I saw, he said. It will help less than I want, and more than you think. Write your sister too, Elder Marin suggested. They always need the better letter. Halvern almost smiled. There was a conspiracy among mouths to betray their owners at good sentences. He pocketed his insulted pride and his empty bowl and asked for a bed like a sane man. We gave him one, clean, warmed with stones, the kind that turns a summons into a nap. When the doors were barred and the papers tied up with Sarah's opinions, Raven and I went out under the even star. The night had a new clarity, as if attention could sweep frost. The west trail fire burned low, a dot stitching itself out. The moonwell hummed yes and not yet. You'll write? I asked. I'll write, he said. To whom? To them, he answered, nodding at the blue wax the wind had no appetite for. To Lothar, to Fenla Bram, to the man who carried the baby, to the woman who left him, though she will not see it, to the road, because it is a reader, to you. You don't need to write to me, I said. I read you. You read the part that is brave, he said, and the rest didn't need telling. We returned to the long table. Sarah had cleared a corner the way surgeons clear a field. Halvern's papers waited, not quite comfortable with their proximity to bowls. Raven sat. I sat opposite. He sharpened a quill and then did the oldest magic I know. He touched the feather to his lip and became the man who listens to his own reasons. He wrote like a river that had decided to learn grammar. He told the circle. He would not travel to a hall that had practiced starvation more reliably than justice. He invited their commission. Beds, bowls, law read aloud, ledgers stamped under the star, contracts annulled openly with reasons any child could repeat. He told them what the word stay felt like when it landed on a kitchen. He wrote bread before trumpets without apology, and added the line I had written to North Farm. You are not alone. He signed himself Raven, sworn keeper of Evenstar, because sometimes a name must be a job. He wrote to Lothar. Your letter arrived. You told the truth your orders could bear. Come with your sister when the road permits. Bring your deputy back. We will make him fat. He wrote to Fenla Bram. The chair by the door is the best invention of winter. Send onion advice. He wrote to John of Cutter's Ridge. You carried enough. Your hands are still. He capitalized it without embarrassment, and folded a little coin in with the paper because men who walk that far need to feel that their road leaves weight behind them. He wrote to the woman who left the baby. You wrote a prayer and hoped it would count as love. It does not. But we will love him in public until the gods learn how to do it as well as we do. He did not sign that one. He sealed it anyway because some letters exist to make the world tired of its own excuses. And he wrote one more, at my insistence, because I am selfish, when I recognize the shape of a future argument in a man's eyes. Lyria, he put at the top, and then, if I am called away by law or battle or the stupidity of men who prefer ledgers to bowls, finish what we began. Break what deserves it, bind what can be mended. Remind them I do not rule because I am loud. I rule because I listen. If I do not return, do not make me a story that excuses cowardice. Make me a story that bullies the living into decency. He did not seal it. He put it in my pocket with his fingers, and a look that taught my heart a new verb. Stay. We slept late, by even star standards. Half an hour beyond dawn, which counts as decadence. When we woke, the baby had decided on his name without waiting for us. Ela pronounced it with the authority of an older sister. "He is warm," she declared. And then, because even authority must justify itself, because we are. No one argued. Deputy Halvern left at noon, his horse disgruntled but fed. He carried 3 letters in his bag that would irritate men who loved seals, and one that would convert a sister to a porch evangelist of soup. He looked back at the banner once and did not pretend he wasn't. In the afternoon, the road gave us our quota of small tasks that matter more than arguments. A hinge that needed less pride, a child who needed more rope, a ledger that wanted a second column for kindness. Bree and Corin rolled out, sled bells soft, Corin promising out loud to read and promising silently not to rhyme while doing it. At evening, the west fire lit again. Not a plea this time. "A beacon." Daris read it with her shoulders. "Someone comes who knows how to write with smoke," she said. "Not Halvern, Lothar," Cale guessed. "Or his sister," Elder Marin said, and rolled her sleeves. I stood under the even star and let its shadow cross my face. It was wide enough to cover all of us. It would have to be. Above us, the sky laid down a line of thin cloud like a cautious signature. The moonwell hummed that deep note that makes the marrow say again. We had written our letters. The world would reply. Like and subscribe for more stories like this.